Bam, we're live. Good morning. Good to see everybody. Ms. Lisa. Oh, I believe I love Tyler. Oh, I believe. I love Tyler content. I cannot wait for this. It is going to be awesome. I think it's going to be awesome too. Oh, the office is cold today. Whew. Cold studio. Levi Sledge. We definitely do not live on a globe. This will be fun. It's crazy how tripped out people get about flat earth content. What's up, dude? Good morning, Tyler.
Hey, good morning. Hold on, I got no volume. Hey, what's up?
What's up, dude? It's crazy how wild the subject is of flat earth. I had this guy on, he was like a ninja. I wish I could remember his name. I should have looked it up. He was a ninja warrior guy, did really well in the early years of being a ninja warrior. I can't remember if I had him on first or Hibbler. Do you know who either of those guys are? Hibbler movie?
I'm very familiar with Hibbler. I do not know the Ninja Warrior guy. No, I tried to even look him up, and I just they censor everything related to flat Earth, so I couldn't find the guy you were talking about.
If someone in the chat remembers who that guy was that I had on, will you let me know? I dug through my Instagram. I probably should have just searched on Google through my old podcast. But it was Caleb, what's up, dude? Good morning. Caleb, do you remember that guy's name? Caleb, do you know how StreamYard works, Tyler? There's Caleb.
Yeah, I've used it before.
Okay. Caleb, Tyler, Caleb.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? My lighting is terrible though, isn't it?
I don't know. It's cool.
Okay.
You look okay.
Sevan, you just look so good. It's like perfect.
Thank you.
That's just your natural glow, I think.
He thinks you guys did my makeup great. I was tripping how hostile when I had this guy on. The Hitler was pretty aggressive, like he was kind of prepared a little bit to be like defensive, and rightfully so. You know what I mean? Like if you have a belief that a lot of people, that's, I guess, people who have that belief know that they get a lot of pushback. I had no idea, and then the second guy I had on, we just chilled. Like he just fielded the questions. He was great, but dude, there were people in the chat who were like, you called their mom fat.
Oh yeah, it's the most divisive thing I've ever experienced in my life. Like I'm not.
Why is that?
I think because a lot of people are so indoctrinated into a belief of where we live, and you've never been given anything to even try to comprehend that it could be something else. That it's just like attacks your inner being. Like you are a moron if you think that. I really think that's why.
That would be the main implication. They just think you're so stupid, or you challenge something that, I mean, I never even think about the world being round or flat. You know what I mean? Like I wake up, I take a shit, I drink coffee, I kiss my kids, I pick a tangerine off the tree in the yard. And if the earth were flat, I know that we'll get into this. There's some implications of the earth being flat and us being told it's a globe that a lot of us globe people don't understand. And that's why. But like, if you're just a naive person like me and someone said, I mean, the thought of the earth being flat would be kind of cool to me if like the whole thing changed.
I mean,
I don't like some of the implications of why we're told it's round that I've heard you guys say. That shit sucks. But like, what do I care if it's flat or round?
I mean, it changed my whole life. So and I should say it changed my whole life in a lot of bad ways, but in a lot of really good ways too. And none of the bad ways remain, only the good ways. So, like I literally am living in a different state in a different house with different friends. And like my whole life is different from prior when I used to think I had lived on a globe.
Just to set the stage here and unfuck me if I'm wrong here, but basically, like for someone like me, the earth is round, the earth is flat. In my day-to-day little life, it doesn't matter. And if I lived, 5,000 years ago and I thought the earth was round or flat, it might not, matter too much. Maybe, maybe there was like some survival things, tracking animals or how to grow, harvest or whatnot. But as I looked into it and I've had these other guys on, I started understanding that there's implications that that there are a group of people on the planet who do know that the world is flat, and that the implications of convincing us that it's a globe is to protect resources, outside of, they don't want us to know about the other worlds outside of us or other land masses outside of us because to protect resources and to sort of enslave us to kind of work where they want us to work.
Yes and
Is
no. I
that
mean, I think there's a narrative of that gets pushed, but I think it's much more of a spiritual thing, like 1,000 times more of a spiritual thing. I think it's much more about hiding God and hiding the truth of the Bible. And there are people like Sean Hibbler. I should say this. So there's a flat Earth community, and I was like loving the flat Earth community. I went from CrossFit thinking I was like, man, I found the best community in the world. Everyone's just like love and peace and let's be healthy. And I went from being a big fan of CrossFit and teaching all my classes, CrossFit methodology. And then as I came into this flat Earth community, I was like, wow, there's actually a better community of people than CrossFit, the flat Earth community, and really just the truther community in general. And I spent a year and a half just like making friends in that community, spreading truth as much as I could in that community. And what I started to realize as I was kind of peeling back the layers of onions of lies in the mainstream media through the government and Hollywood and all that, what I realized that there were also a lot of liars in the truther community. And I've spent some
conscious liars, like people lying on purpose?
yeah.
Okay.
Like agents installed into the truther community to kind of navigate it in certain directions. And there was this big thing the past few months called the Final Experiment, where a group of flat earthers and globers were going to Antarctica to supposedly prove that there was a 24-hour sun. I'm sure you probably heard about it somewhere.
I saw the video. I just saw a video. I don't understand why that proves or doesn't prove, but
It
I
does.
just
It
okay.
does.
But I just saw the guy. I saw the video, the time lapse, and then the guy who was the flat earther faces the camera and he says, "Hey, it was nice of this guy to bring us. I know people are going to think I'm a shill now. We'll
Yeah.
have to figure out what this means." And then it cut.
Right.
Like he
Right.
didn't say either way. Okay, but go on.
Right.
That's what I saw.
Well,
Yeah,
the only reason I
it's a cool video, by the way. I've never just watching the sun do that was cool.
The only reason I even bring it up is because I was like at the forefront of exposing a lot of these quote unquote truthers that a lot of people really looked up to. Like these are people that have been in the truther or conspiracy world for a dozen years, and people looked at them with a lot of respect that they were just these good people promoting truth. And the more I kind of, like I said, dug through the layers of the onion, I really started to realize that a lot of these people that were at the top of this truther world were also kind of liars and deceivers themselves, and part of the Freemason group. And we can get into that, but so basically, I consider myself a flat earther, but I'm much more a biblical earther. There's something called biblical cosmology, and it's basically, we live in an enclosed system, like you can see behind me, and that the sun and the moon and the stars are all close and in the firmament and not quintillions of miles away, that are literally scientifically provable that you can't see light from that far away. But I only bring this up to kind of separate myself from the people who were saying that flat Earth is to hide more land and to control us. I think it's a much more spiritual thing.
And Tyler, you said something interesting. I tried to, watch as much as I could yesterday about you. That I think a lot of people are starting to become aware of, not necessarily around flat Earth, but that someone's trying to take, like, even if the Earth is flat, there's still a psyop around it, maybe
Yeah.
to make the people who think it's flat appear to be crazy. So they're trying to like take over the narrative. Or can you explain that to me? The layers of the psyop. You did a good job in this video I saw.
Yeah, I think, so from my perspective, and I can only talk for myself, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but from my perspective, they want, and when I say they, it can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people, but for me, it's a spiritual thing. Again, I'm a true believer that we are here and there are actual fallen angels, like spiritual fallen angels that are here. And they really are the ones that control the narrative. And if you're a Freemason, you're a big believer that Lucifer is the good guy, and God and Jesus are not. And when there are lies in the world, I think that the powers that be try to get ahead of it and steer it in a direction. So they give you a lot of truth. So you're buying into this truth, but then they can steer it in the 1 or 2% of the direction that they really wanted to. And from my opinion, it is they're going to give you a lot of truth about what flat earth, and then they're just going to make sure that that truth of flat earth doesn't steer you towards the truth of Jesus and the truth of the Bible and the truth of everything that the Bible says. They steer it in a direction of, well, they're hiding it because there's more lands out there and they don't want you to know about the more land. So I don't know if I'm explaining that well to
No.
a group of people that have no idea what I'm talking about, but
No, I get it. So basically, if the story leaked, they knew they maybe couldn't possibly they knew they couldn't hide it anymore. So okay, hey, we're just gonna have to embrace this, but steer it this way
exactly
instead of this way.
Exactly, and that's what I was doing around December. I was trying to expose the fact that those people that are at the forefront of this flat Earth community, especially the very known ones like David Weiss and Sean Hibbler and Austin Whitsitt, you know, some very familiar names, were part of that groups that were inserted into the flat Earth community to steer it a certain direction.
He's really. Have you met him? He's really intense.
Sean?
Yeah, at least when he was on this show, he was super intense.
I'm very familiar with him. I've spoken and used to be buddies with a lot of people that were buddies with him, but he and I have never interacted one-on-one.
There is, you know, I've heard over the years, this, that things like the dinosaurs, like the Earth being a globe, all of these things are just used. We're all propaganda, or we're fabricated to as like there's a whole bunch of stories like this to keep us away,
for sure,
from believing in God.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you're kind of in that school. Like, do you think dinosaurs were real?
No, I don't.
No.
I think, you know, and
except for dragons, though. Dragons could be. That's another thing I was kind of tripping on. If dragons were real, maybe they were. I mean, I would throw dragons in with dinosaurs.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think the narrative they give us of dinosaurs aren't real. You know, I don't think there were giant T-Rexes running around. I don't think stegosauruses were real, but there were huge, giant reptile creatures. I personally have found. I've literally stood on an alligator's head in Kennebunkport, Maine. That the alligator, it's a fossilized alligator that's probably the size of a bus. So these animals existed that were huge, and it's all biblical as well. It's all there were bigger beings, like human type beings before the flood, and bigger animals before the flood, and dragons as well. And you know, this would have sounded crazy to me 2 years ago, but once you know, kind of stop believing what you've been told from the public indoctrination centers your whole life, and you know, really everything I learned from school, I just believed because I didn't think they'd be lying to me. And once you actually look for evidence of these things, you know, the narrative falls apart pretty quickly if you just look into them with an open mind, saying, hey, all right, I'm going to drop my ego. I'm going to drop the fact that I think I'm this educated person. You know, like I have 2 master's degrees. I'm a very smart, intelligent person. But when I started exploring truth, I literally had to say, all right, I'm starting fresh. I don't know anything, and I'm going to stick that way. And I'm not going to believe anything unless I can prove it to myself. So there's a lot of things I have proven to myself that 2 years ago I thought, talking to myself, I'm a complete crazy person for believing now.
If someone's brain is like a bucket, there are definitely people who don't want to go everywhere in their own bucket. Do you know what I mean? There's people who aren't willing for some reason, and I get it. It's scary. You know, we were all little kids at one point. We had this irrational fear that something was under our bed, or that if our foot was hanging out of the blankets, we would get caught. You pulled your foot under the blanket. You remember being a little kid and you're like, okay, I'm safe. You know what I mean?
Well, running up my basement stairs when I was a kid was terrifying because you'd have to turn the lights off in the basement and it's pitch black. And I mean, I was a fearful person for the first 42 years of my life. And I would say compared to a normal human being, I wasn't fearful at all. But compared to what I am now, you know, I was terrified of flying. I was terrified of, you know, really just of dying. And since I've come to the realization that I live in an enclosed system that was created from an awesome God, I have absolutely no fear. I just don't have any fear of dying anymore. My brother the other day was, you know, like, I actually showed him the clip of you guys, of Taylor talking crap about me the other day when I just happened to pop on, and my brother's like, you sure you want to subject yourself to this? I'm like, I'm like, Sevan,
he does that to everyone.
well, and I messaged him, and I think we're cool now. But I was like, dude, like honestly, if you actually knew me, we'd probably get along pretty well. And I'm like, Savan's a respectful guy, you know, and you don't know this, but this is my favorite podcast to listen to 2 years ago. You were like the only thing I listened to. So I lost my train of thought where I was going with that. So I told him that I was coming on, and then I think you also said my name. He's like, you give your name out to all these people. I'm like, Lee, I don't live in fear. I've got no fear in my life. And I'm like, I've been trying to share that with you for a long time that, I could have been a fearful person as a teacher. Like, man, what if I say the wrong thing to a student and they come in with a gun? Like, it's just no way to live in fear. And I didn't realize that until I really dug down these rabbit holes that I have the past couple of years. And these rabbit holes turned out, a lot of them, to be true.
Guys, there's so many ways this podcast can go, and I know so many of you are. I know so many of you are going to want to be like, well, how do planes fly around the earth, and what's the you have all these like questions about how the physical reality works, and you have for them, and I don't know if we're going to get to any of those because I just want to get to know Tyler and chat with him a bit, and maybe if it goes great, we'll have him on again. He's hugely popular, obviously, as you guys can see in the chat. We have all these people we haven't seen before, so just be patient with us as we fill this out. Because I can already feel it's going to go in a direction that goes no way with my notes. Explain that to me. So I had these two guys on who are flat earthers. My crowd went crazy. Like half of them were like, "What the fuck?" Someone like Taylor thinks that he can't see anything that you see, right? So he thinks it's so preposterous that you're just that you're like a storybook teller, like you're just like a Harry Potter writer. Like we had Joss Cedar on. I don't know if you know who that is, but he was the guy from The Bachelor who pretended like he was trans for 6 months and then said he's not, just to troll the trans community. And so Taylor was like, hey, to him, it's so preposterous, your thoughts, that he had to assume that you were just doing it as like an artist, the way an artist would create something, the way David Blaine levitates, but we all know he's probably not levitating.
It's funny you mentioned David Blaine, but we can get into that later.
But I'd never heard of censorship around, I said on this channel, we had this channel suspended for a week because I said that exercise and nutrition was the greatest way to hedge against disease. And that goes against WHO guidelines, World Health Organization guidelines. And I was like, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That you can't say that. But is there really censorship around talking about flat earth? Because you finish every Instagram reel with, here's the guy. Nice find. Brett Stephenson. This is a cool dude.
Look at the warning on this show.
Oh, shit.
Wikipedia, flat earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the earth's shape as a plane or disk. Many ancient cultures subscribe to a flat earth cosmography, notably including the cosmology in the ancient Near East. The model has undergone a recent resurgence as a conspiracy theory.
Can you scroll down? I can't see the guy. I just want to get a face for Brett. I can't see him.
There you go.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know him. I'm surprised.
Cool dude.
He was super cool, yeah.
Really cool. And I don't know if he was a CrossFitter, but like a early on Ninja Warrior champ. Really fit guy. Super. I really enjoyed hanging with him.
Yeah, let me.
So what is that about? What do they care? That's amazing. That's a bad sign for me and a good sign for you.
Well,
I understand why they don't want me to talk about the cure for cancer, because there's so much money behind, right? Like big pharma, right? And they don't want someone to say this isn't true, but they don't want someone to say that eating apricot seeds or putting your thumb in your butt and praying to God will cure cancer, right? Because they don't want you to take it. If there was some truth to that, I understand how they'd want you to push against it under the guise of protecting you, right?
Yeah.
But what's up with so that's wild. I'd never seen that, Caleb. Had you seen that, Caleb?
No, I haven't seen anything about it, but it is very difficult to find Tyler's Instagram. Like I'll type it in a few times, and I have to go directly to Instagram to pull it up.
Yeah, for 6 months, they sent me a message saying for 6 months, we will not let your content be seen by new people. So I was frozen at like 50,000 followers for 6 months because they wouldn't let it out to a single new person. And then, they finally let it free. And like I blew up to 100,000 in like a week, and then they froze me again. And, really I got my start on TikTok because a year ago, TikTok was going hog wild, no censorship, totally just free for all. Truth was getting out there like wildfire. And, I blew up pretty quickly on there. And then slowly, as the TikTok ban was kind of looming, it started to get more and more censored. And as it was getting more and more censored, Facebook and Instagram were kind of like loosening up a little bit. And now I would say Facebook of all the platforms is probably the least censored, except for Flat Earth. I can't post anything on Facebook about Flat Earth whatsoever, unless I dumb it down or don't say Flat Earth. But TikTok right now is, like I can't post anything. Every one of my videos gets a tag. I have to appeal it. It's banned for community guidelines. They're just like really cracking down.
What community guidelines is it? Like what's the
misinformation? Misinformation is what they will. And I'm like, it's just wild to me because I'm providing actual like evidence of the things I'm saying, and they're saying it's misinformation. So like you were saying, at the end of every single clip, I say there's entertainment only, and I wink because I talked to a TikTok moderator at one point for 2 hours, a former TikTok moderator, and she's like, you got to say it's opinion. You got to say it's entertainment. You got to hashtag entertainment. You got to put entertainment in the description. So my very first video, I'm doing that. And I said I like spilled out all this truth. And at the end of it, I say entertainment only. And I'm like, I can't lie. It's like, I literally have like just a conscience that eats at me. So as I said, entertainment only, like a wink just like naturally came out of me. And then it just kind of stuck because I was like, okay, that I can now say it. And at least people know I'm not saying entertainment because it's entertainment.
Hey, what's crazy is all religious videos are like that. They want you to believe in this God and this guy that was supposedly named Jesus, who resurrected from the dead, and that God is king, and all. You're not doing anything that's different than religious content. You would think it would fall under some sort of religious freedom.
Well, I think of a lot of things I'm exposing, especially with Flat Earth, lead to larger awakenings, and it's just about losing their system of control. If you realize that literally like 100% of Hollywood, there are actors that also play other actors. It just you don't look at Hollywood the same way. You're like, oh, they're all a bunch of liars. They're not being straightforward. The things they represent are just a bunch of malarkey. So it's just a system of control. All the things I am exposing all tie in together in some way. And Flat Earth is really a kind of like the thing that connects them all. Because like I said, at the bottom of all the lies, it's a spiritual lie.
If I'm just sitting on the couch with you, you invite me over and we're sitting on the couch, watch the Canada-US hockey game, whatever. Then we go outside and do a workout, and then all of a sudden we start talking, and I say something about Brad Pitt, and then you're like, yeah, Brad Pitt and Benicio del Toro are the same guy. Have you had moments like that where you're just friends with someone and you're just hanging out with them and everything's normal until you say something like that, and then they're like, what'd you say, dude? Like I have a friend who doesn't think that the Trump shooting was real. My friend Andrew Hiller.
Oh yeah. I don't think it was real.
And I assume you didn't either. By the way, what's so funny is as I was watching your stuff, I'm like, Hiller, dude, this guy's brain works. Do you know who Andrew Hiller is? He makes videos in the CrossFit space.
Yeah, I stopped watching you around the time you were really having him on a lot. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with him. And I only stopped watching you because I started going towards conspiracy podcasts.
And so he makes all sorts of amazing connections. I'm like fascinated, and his memory is fascinating to me.
Yeah, I think he and I are probably very similar in that way. And I haven't seen or heard of him since I watched your podcast like 3 years ago, probably.
Like if you said something and he remembered it from a movie he saw 10 years ago, he can go back to that movie, pull up the time code in the movie, and be like, look, this, and be like, look, this was said here, this was said there.
I think I have a photographic memory, and I think that's part of the reason why I'm able to do some of the things I do. I see things and I just remember it. I'm very visual.
And so he's really into this show called Dexter. and he told me about it. So I just sat down and watched all the seasons with my wife, and
It's my favorite show.
That's what's crazy. That's what's crazy, because I told him, I'm like, dude, this guy reminds me so much of you, dude.
Yeah.
And then last night I saw you say, talk about Dexter on that podcast you did with Mal. What was the guy's name? Very trippy cat. Laz Molnar.
Oh, okay.
And you brought up Dexter, and so I rewound it and filmed my TV and sent it to him. I'm like, dude, I knew it. I knew it. I knew.
Yeah,
I
my wife
recognized
used to not like when I would say I think I could kill someone that hurt or raped a child and have like nothing wrong with my conscience about it.
like zero remorse.
Oh,
So
yeah.
how does that happen to you? You're everything's chill with someone, you're friends with them, and then all of a sudden when they panic when they think that they find out that you believe the world is flat, or know the world is flat, or that you think Benicio del Toro and Brad Pitt are the same cat.
Well, so I am like, my friends for years called me Mr. Extreme because I'm just like, I'm an all or nothing guy. And if I do something, I want to be, the best at it. And when I kind of found out all these things, like I wasn't living on a globe and, I was just going down these rabbit holes. I'm a bull in a china shop. So I wasn't, I literally opened my fire hose and was just like blasting all my friends and family in it. They're like, a lot of them went into flight or fight mode, and a lot of them chose flee. So I lost a lot of friends. My family and I had issues for a year because they thought I was going crazy. I think my wife kind of thought I was going crazy. I'm like, look, guys, like, I'm sane and rational. I've just figured some things out about the world that none of us realized, because I grew up in a very, wealthy suburb of Chicago. So everyone's very smart, very educated. Everyone thinks, everyone went to college. So for me to be saying all these things that nobody around believes or agrees with, I was the crazy person. And unfortunately, I lost a lot of friends. And so like those people you're saying, do I sit there and have a normal conversation and then, say something like Benicio del Toro and Brad Pitt are the same? No, because those people don't hang out with me anymore. So
Okay.
I still try to have those conversations with. I do have two really good friends from childhood that didn't flee. One of, like, my best friend Nick, from like second grade on, is like, he might be listening now. What's up, Nick and Mossy and Sienna, if you guys are. Him and his wife are just super open minded, so they let me say anything I want. They don't necessarily agree, but they're not thinking I'm crazy, I don't think.
I heard you say in the video with Laz also that you've never done drugs.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's important, because I think people are looking for an explanation. I think everyone had a friend in college who did too much meth, and then they started hearing voices, or do you know what I mean? So I think
I get in the comments all the time, like, I want what you're smoking and lay off the meth. No, I was always like the designated driver, the athlete in my friend group. Never touched this stuff. So unfortunately, it's just all reality that I've figured out and that I've tapped into. And I don't want to sound like, I think we're all special. I literally think we're all special beings. I don't think I'm more special than you guys, but I do think that God tapped me on the shoulder and was like, look, dude, you got to wake up. I've got a mission for you to try to wake up other people. Because I think we're living in an important, time in history right now, to be honest.
I had this guy on. He wrote this book called The UFO of God. Have you heard of that book?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And he's at one point in the podcast, you know what's interesting? This is kind of a tangent. When I had him on the show, I was very interested in what he was saying. And he's a very cool dude. He's mellow.
It's fascinating. Chris
Yeah.
Bledsoe, right?
Yes. Mellow, cool dude. Kind of got grandpa vibes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Just kind of, I think we did the podcast like in his workshop. He was in his workshop, and he's got like hammers and shit hanging behind him.
Yep.
And he was talking about how the angels and stuff were in the house or something. And I was like, hey, what about when you're having sex with your wife, or like you're masturbating, or like if you were watching porn? He's like, I don't watch porn and I don't masturbate. And I go, but how about you're with your wife and they're like in the room with you? You know what I mean? And does that ever trip you out? And I got so much hate in the fucking comments. Like, that was a disrespectful comment to ask him. And it's like, hey, dude, you're willing to go in your brain. You're willing to accept the fact that there's these globes and God creatures and angels and all of these things, but somehow it's disrespectful for me to ask a question where I go to in my brain. I just thought it was fascinating. Do you see the disconnect there? Like, hey, at this point, if you're in this conversation, it's all good. Like, we can ask anything.
Yeah.
Like it's good. It's not disrespectful. It's not this. Anytime I hear stuff like that, I feel like it's like, hey, you're trying to censor me, but I'm not trying to censor you.
Yeah, I get it for sure. I actually read his book because when I was waking up, just to the craziness of the world, I called orbs of light to me as well.
And that's the connection I was going to make there. Let me throw this out there before you tell that story. He says at one point, it's either in his book or he said it on my podcast, if you don't believe me, go outside, look up to the sky and ask God, hey, show me show me yourself, or show me, basically show me yourself. I'm paraphrasing. Okay, go ahead, take over. And then when I heard your story, and I was like, holy shit. And by the way, that night when I was done with that podcast, I went outside and I looked up to the heavens, and I was going to say it, but I was too scared. I ran inside.
I don't blame you, to be honest. So when I just started questioning things, and what initially led me into just questioning everything was, I don't have kids. I'm a dog dad, and I had a dog that was about 16 years old, and like he was my child. And for 42 years of my life, I really wasn't a spiritual person. I didn't, I was born into a Catholic family. I got baptized and confirmed, but that stuff left me very quick as I learned about dinosaurs and evolution and all that stuff. So I wasn't spiritual. I just thought I lived in this 3D reality and I was going to die and rot in the ground for the rest of eternity. And as my dog is approaching the end of his life, I think I started questioning, okay, well, I would love to know, is there more to this reality than, okay, this is just it? So I started digging down or researching near-death experiences. And at the same time, I started researching aliens, because I'm like, yeah, aliens got to be true. We live in this infinite expanding universe. There's all these other planets and stars. They're just the mathematical odds of it. There have to be aliens. So I thought I was going to prove aliens existed. And I thought I was going to prove that near-death experiences were just all a hoax, people making up stories like Taylor thinks I do. Through weeks and weeks in research, I ended up kind of proving to myself that the complete opposite was true. Aliens were kind of a hoax, and near-death experiences were very real. And
by the way, that's an explanation of where we started the show.
How do you mean?
We were talking about psyops of like the earth being flat and how they want to guide the story. There's a perfect example of it. If someone didn't understand what we're saying,
gotcha.
Instead of calling them what they are, angels, they're like, oh shit, they're getting too close. Let's call them aliens. Okay, go on. I just wanted to give the listeners an example of one of those things where they misdirected. Okay, go on.
That was perfect. And there's even, documented government people saying, they call them angels and demons now, and in the future they will call them aliens, and they're just not coming from trillions of light years away. They've always been here. It's biblical. But anyway, back to the story. I saw this guy named Stephen Greer. He had this app, and I didn't come across Chris Bledsoe yet, but he had this app where you could download this app. It would play these tones and frequencies. And if you guys don't know who Stephen Greer is, he's basically like this kind of whistleblower government guy. And he would talk. Yeah, there he is. He would talk about this app and how you could download this app and literally call, friendly UFOs or friendly ETs to your presence. So I downloaded this thing.
I can't believe Apple would allow that based on Google having that warning on my video.
Well,
it's a trip
because this is pushing their narrative. This is this is pushing their alien narrative.
Okay.
So anyway, I downloaded it. I was kind of skeptical, but I tried to give it this, I tried to give it a go. Nothing happened at all. But
what do you do? You just hold your phone up and hit play?
There was a meditation. It was a guided meditation. Then it took you through these tones and frequencies, which I realize now I think are what it was. It was binaural beats, where they're creating a synced hemisphere in both your brains, because that allows, like there's CIA documents that talked about if you can sync both hemispheres of your brain, you can remote view and do all
Okay.
sorts of crazy things. I think this is doing that to you without you realizing it.
Okay.
So anyway, nothing happened. But a week later, I decided to try again. And this was like in the middle of the day. And I literally had an orb of light. Like I caught a glimpse of it from hundreds of yards away. And it kept approaching me. It was flashing.
That's on his Instagram somewhere, Caleb. It's
Yeah.
deep. It's deep. It's just the on his Instagram. It's the rectangle, and then the screen's clear, and then there's just a little dot. You know what I mean? If you go to his Instagram, you might be able to find
To
it.
Tyler's?
Yeah, to Tyler's. It's deep. Okay, go on, Tyler.
Anyway, so I had this experience and went, this.
Can you tell me what you said? Did you look up to the heavens? Did you talk out loud and been like, God, show yourself?
Not out loud, but internally I was definitely, and at that point I wasn't saying God, I was just speaking to the universe. This was before I was really a believer in God. I was trying to get there. I wanted to get I wanted to believe there was more to where we lived than what I thought. And just this pulsing orb of light, like it was drifting towards me, and I didn't have my phone. I was on a walk and I didn't have my phone, and I'm like looking at this thing. I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I want to get it on my phone so I can get a closer look, or I can have evidence to show people. Like I just say I saw a pulsing orb of light, no one's going to believe me. So I was probably 500 yards away from my phone. So I'm walking towards my phone, and this thing just kept approaching me. As soon as I get my phone, it literally, the moment I got my phone, it turned and just started drifting away. Enough, I got it on video or whatever. And
could you tell how close it was to you? I know some of those things, when things are in the sky, it's like because I fly drones, and I know it's like sometimes you think it's really far away, but it's close.
Yeah, I would say it got to maybe 2 football fields away from me.
Okay.
It was still pretty high up in the air.
Anyway, I tried to share sound from it. Any sound from it? No sound.
No sound. So I tried to share this with people. Everyone's like, whatever, it's probably a weather balloon, or people saw it and they're like, that is strange, what is that? And then maybe a week later I tried it again, and this time probably a dozen orbs of light, and these were different. They were higher and they were circling, and I don't know how to describe them. Literally looked like, like if you have a light bulb and you're like moving it fast, because like they're blurred. There were probably a dozen of them, and they literally seemed like they were 200 yards above my head and circling me. And then I noticed one came much closer, like 50 yards, and kind of like buzzed me, almost like it was checking me out. And I got these on film, and then it happened one more time. And then I had, at maybe a week or two later, well, first I should say around this time, I also started having some really strange experiences when I was sleeping, waking up after literally like feeling like I was wrestling with some sort of shadow creature. And I woke up and I was completely paralyzed. And it's called sleep paralysis, but at the time I had never heard of this. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't move at all. I was completely conscious. I couldn't speak. I tried to like call out my wife's name. She couldn't hear me. I couldn't even murmur. And then maybe 10 seconds later, it literally felt like my soul kind of like smacked back into my body, and I was able to move and regain my movement.
Did you see anything when you were in that when you were in that phase, in that paralysis? Did you feel like you were out of your body?
Yeah. Well, when I woke up, I was in my body, but prior to that, I was literally falling through what I would say or felt like a different dimension. I was falling through blackness, wrestling with a shadow creature, like literally trying to like rip this thing's face off. And I woke up completely paralyzed. And, like after doing some research after it, a lot of people report when you're waking up to the fact that this place is a spiritual realm, that you will get spiritually attacked like that. So I had that happen a few times as I'm also at the same time calling these orbs of light to me. So to me, I kind of connected that like, hey, maybe I'm not calling some sort of like angelic, benign ET to me, but maybe I'm literally opening like a gateway for, demonic activity. Um, so one more time, and I could go on forever about this story, but just to kind of wrap it up and make it short, at this point, I'm really starting to come into the realization that we are in the spiritual realm. Again, I'm walking by myself, and it's probably an April Chicago, really gloomy, cold, completely cloudy day, and I'm walking down this path, and this time I'm speaking directly to God, and I do think I speak out loud this time, and I was like, God, I just want to know, is there more to this place? What is going on? Where am I? What is this place I am? Please show me if there's more. And I closed my eyes and I'm walking, and it felt like someone turned a flashlight on, like right in my face. And I opened my eyes, and a hole in the clouds had opened up, and it was the only hole in as far as the eye could see. It was cloudy, dark clouds everywhere, one hole. And it almost looked like, like when you see a UFO beam of light, like shining down on someone, and it was coming right down on me. But it wasn't a UFO. It was just the clouds opened up, was shining right down on me. And in that hole, where there was a hole on the clouds, this translucent orb of light just came and just sat right there. And I just, this was close. This was 100 feet from me, it seemed like. And again, I pull out my phone. And as soon as I pull out my phone, like the clouds covered and the orb went away. And around that time, I was like, I'm going to stop trying to call things to me. But that was the first time where I spoke, speaking directly to God. And it was a very different experience compared to the first ones I had.
Scary? Like you feel your heart pounding in your chest?
No, the opposite, like
Calming.
peaceful. Yeah.
Calming.
Yeah.
You ever heard of this book called, do you ever heard of this author, Richard Bach? He wrote this book, Jonathan Livingston Seagull, and he wrote this other book called Illusions, The
No.
Adventures of a Reluctant Messiah.
Nope.
I'm just going to show you the cover.
Yeah.
And the cover is just this feather, and then these white balls of light and blackness. If you ever get a chance to check this book out, at least the first 20 pages are really cool.
Yeah, keep it up for 1 second. I just want to screenshot it.
There's an allegory there in the it's in the beginning of the book, the first 20 pages. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'd be very curious what you think about this book. As I was typing it up to show you this, but the cover of this book had a profound impact on me. I've had these experiences where I'm in darkness, just complete darkness, and I'm surrounded by white balls of light, but they don't emanate light; they're just light unto themselves. And it's very peaceful, very peaceful.
Awesome.
And if I try to talk to them, I cry like a baby, not like a sad crying, but like I can't talk to them. Every time I open my mouth, it's just baby sounds come out of me.
Yeah. Are you a pretty spiritual person or not? I don't know that about you, to be honest.
I think the best way is I don't scare really easy. I'm not afraid to go places in my mind. I'm okay just exploring stuff that would I didn't realize that flat earth scared people.
Yeah.
Because to me it's just another thing to explore. But I think that there's people who don't want to go everywhere in their brain because they get scared.
For sure.
And I'm pretty comfortable not knowing stuff. I'm pretty, you know what I mean? I'm pretty comfortable in the unknown.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you have fear of death?
I mean, it's easy to say sitting here in my own living room that I don't have fear of death, but I would say probably yeah. I definitely don't want to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have 3 kids, and I live a really good life.
Yeah.
And I'm really enjoying life. So I don't know. Probably I'd say that the answer is probably yes.
Okay. And I should clarify, I'm the same way. I'm loving life right now. I literally wake up every day and do what I want, when I want, all day, every day. I don't have kids. My wife and I just moved to Florida. We live in a beautiful house and have a beautiful view, and I'm loving life. I have no interest in dying soon, but I have also no fear of it, which I can't say was true for the first 42 years of my life. And I give all credit to that, to figuring out that what I thought was true about where I lived wasn't true. So once I came to the realization that I lived in an enclosed system, as you can see here, that's what the whole picture is. Once you realize you don't live where you're told, you have really no option but to realize that where we live was created by an intelligent being. And once you come to that realization, you're like, oh, I probably am a spiritual being, and I'm not just something that happened on accident, and I'm not evolved from a tadpole that evolved to a monkey that evolved to a dumb human that evolved to a human. And things make a lot more sense to me as I sit here today as a infinite spiritual being, just kind of hanging out in this body for dozens of years, than they did when I thought I was an evolved chimp.
It's interesting. I had this memory just now. This person I know, who I think it must be the wealthiest person I know, and probably the most powerful person I know in terms of their influence. She said, the first time I had a flat earther on, I said something to her about it, and she said, "Why would you give that person a platform and a voice?" And I never made that connection, and I thought that was such a weird thing to say. I
Well,
couldn't
because
I couldn't place it. This is someone who goes in and out of the White House.
yeah, well, probably because they know, and they're so I think a lot more people, like I messaged you that I think you probably know that we don't live on a globe, and
I don't know that, by the way. That's what's
No.
do you know what I mean? I don't know that.
Yeah, well, and I can only take you at your word, but I
Right.
think there are a lot of people that do know that say they don't know that, and a lot of people. And I don't think that's true for the masses, but I think that's true for people in places of power. Like every president has talked about how dumb flat Earth is, and they stand up there and say we don't want to give credit to the Flat Earth Society. Well, they know 100%. I would put all the money I own that they know we do not live on a globe. They have access to NASA, who is the most fraudulent government agency there is, that steals $70 million from our tax money daily to create CGI and send up fake rockets that land in the Bermuda Triangle. And I don't need to get up here on my high horse, but the bottom line is there are a lot of people that know we don't live where they tell us we live, and most of them are the ones we see on TV.
That's crazy that you mentioned Bermuda Triangle. When I was a kid, that was like all the rave on TV. I haven't heard that in 30 years. Do you remember there used to be like shows on TV, the Bermuda Triangle? I haven't heard that.
Because they wanted to scare people away from going there to discover the NASA rockets that are dumped there. It's like, it's TV propaganda. There was intention behind scaring people away from the Bermuda Triangle. Just like, kind of like Jaws. They created the movie Jaws to scare people away from exploring the oceans.
I'm going to say something that's completely uneducated. Bear with me here if I make it sound like I know what I'm talking about. It's just the way I speak, but I don't mean it. I'm more inclined to think that, and I'm going to ask you about the spiritual world in a second, but I'm more inclined to think that the people who think that the earth is round versus the people who think that there's flat, that the people that you think know that the world is flat but really is round,
Right.
that they don't really know, and they're just pawns also. I'm more inclined to think that everyone here is kind of ignorant, and that they're just like blind soldiers.
Well, I guess it just depends on who we're referring to.
Like the president of the United States, like just like everyone in power. Like I don't think that there's anyone. No, go ahead.
No, I strongly disagree with that, and that's okay for us to disagree. But like for sure, Trump knows that we live in a spiritual realm and that we're in an enclosed system. And from my, I'm just speaking from my point of view, and I think all the presidents do. And the funny thing is so
Do they
For
know
me,
before they're let me ask you this real quick,
yeah,
just
yeah.
'cause do they know before they're president, or do they find out when they're in office?
No, I think they know. Anyone in a place of power has to be part of the club, and they have to be brought up through secret societies. And these people aren't elected; they're selected. They're all, like there was literally a book written 100 years ago that Trump was going to be president. Ingersoll Lockwood wrote a book called "The Last President," and there's one of, a kid named Baron Trump who is literally a time traveler. Like all this stuff is, and that's why I keep saying it's spiritual. This stuff has been written for decades, if not centuries, and the presidents are all very much brought up through these secret societies.
Yeah, this book's I haven't looked into if this was true, but I've heard this story. I've
Yeah,
seen
right.
this.
I've read it.
So what's the deal? What in a nutshell, when was this book written and what's it say?
It's, I think, written in the late 1800s, and well, there's two. There's The Last President, and then there's another one. And basically, it's there's a lot of references to Baron Trump, who is a time traveler, and his mentor is Don, and Don happens to live like on wherever the Trump Tower is, like Fifth Street or whatever. I don't know offhand, but the tie-ins are too coincidental, not for it to just be predictive programming back from 100 years ago. And the funny thing about when
By the way, just really sorry, go ahead. I'll remember. I'll take a note. Go ahead. The funny thing,
yeah,
what?
well, this isn't to toot my own horn, and I'm like, one of my biggest things that I try to be as like one of the things I coached and I taught my athletes for dozens of years was humility. I try to be a super humble guy, but I do think I'm presenting a lot more truth than even most truthers. I think there's conspiracy level, and I think a lot of conspiracy is literally hand fed to us by the powers that be, and they want people who go digging past the mainstream narrative to find these conspiracies, and they get stuck at them. So, for an example, would be JFK. The mainstream narrative: JFK was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald. So that's the mainstream narrative, and then they will put out the conspiracy that JFK was killed by the CIA. So that, the mainstream's Lee Harvey Oswald, the conspiracy is the CIA, and then they don't want you to find the actual truth of JFK never died. He just became Jimmy Carter. So I'm one of the very few people, I think, that are literally digging past the conspiracy level and finding the actual truth with evidence, not just speculation, but evidence of these things. And the reason I'm bringing this up is when you first wake up, you think that the presidents and all those people are just, like you were saying, the pawns, and they're just puppets of these other world leaders or these bankers behind the scenes. And you think that, and then once you get, and that's what they want you to think. But then once you get to the real truth, you realize that no, people like Donald Trump are actually like spiritual beings that have been here the whole time. My personal belief is that Trump is actually Elvis, and I can prove that, but not just that he is Elvis, also that he is literally Lucifer in the flesh. And that could, like I may have just lost half your people listening. This guy's crazy. I'm never going to listen to him again. But, go watch my videos where I can prove to you that
The Elvis video is wild.
Right? You've
The
seen
Elvis,
it?
yeah, the Elvis video. I had so much fun with the Elvis video. The thought of
Cool.
Trump being Elvis really excites me. I kind of hope that's true.
Yeah, I don't have any
Part of
personally.
it, Lucifer's a bad guy, right? Lucifer's a bad guy. Lucifer's the devil.
Well, yes, right. And
That's like his home is hell, where all the fire and shit is.
well, his home, I think, right now is the White House.
Oh, right.
That's my opinion.
Right. But when you say the devil, I'm trying to understand. That's when you die. There's one or two places you go. A lot of people believe this. You either go to heaven with the Father or God, or you go down below where Satan is. And Satan and Lucifer, that's the same dude.
In my opinion, yeah. I think some people would say different things, but I think, and when I say everything, all the lies are spiritual, that's what I think it comes down to, is that it's Lucifer versus God, and Lucifer was kicked out of heaven, and he's literally down here. He is mad at God. He's also mad at humans, because humans are, in my opinion, I think we come here by choice. I think our souls can come here, have an experience, and then, we return back to the spirit world. I think the fallen angels, Lucifer being the head of the fallen angels, and Trump in the flesh, I think they're stuck here. They're literally banished down to this enclosed realm above my head, and they don't like us. They don't like God. So what do? They poison our food. They poison our skies with chemtrails. They give us vaccines. They do everything they can to keep us numb and dumb and not connected to the Heavenly Father. And not only that, but, you know, a great movie line from Kevin Spacey, who I'm not a fan of, was the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing everyone he doesn't exist. And, you know, if you told me the devil was a real being or actually existed 2 years ago, I'd been like, okay, you're wacko, you know, but now I have a totally different mindset.
How do you, let's say there were some qualities, let's say there were some things that Trump was doing that you liked.
There's a lot of things he does that I like.
So how do you reconcile him being Satan or Lucifer? I don't know if those are interchangeable, and liking some of his some of the things he's done.
Because I think the ultimate goal is to, you know, like I said, he wants people to worship him or worship anybody but God. And I think where we're at right now is, you know, he got a lot of people bought in because I think the left was looking so obviously crazy and so obviously evil that he became the better choice. Even for, I think some lefties were starting to think that. And he's just reeling people in, giving them what they want. And I think eventually the goal is he's going to be, you know, that book, the Ingersoll Lockwood book, was called The Last President. I think Trump is going to be the last president. In the Bible, it literally says that the dragon will have 42 months basically in office to lead the people. And I think Trump, instead of having 4 years and 40, what is that, 12, 24, 36, 48, instead of 48 months, I think he's going to have 42 months before he becomes the king of the world. And I think he's going to lead the free world. And I think to do that, you got to get everyone to buy in. So I think that's what's going on now. He's getting people to buy in by doing a lot of things. People who are usually mad at the government and mad at the president are starting to just like get hooked in and believe in him.
Bear with me here for spending so much time on this. How about when he was shot and he said God saved his life? Would he be allowed to say that if he was Lucifer?
Yeah, because he's not saying, you know, he could be referring to any God. There are a lot of little g gods, you know. I don't think he didn't say Jesus Christ, you know, the Most High, or, you know, I do think, you know, there are a lot of evil people that claim to be followers of Jesus too. It's not, you don't all of a sudden, like, you know, instantly combust if you claim the name of Jesus and you're a big fat deceiving liar.
There was something you talked about. I'm going to come back to Trump in a second about predictive programming. There were these two ideas that always kind of interest me. People would be like, "Hey, I manifested something," or other people call it telling the future. They're kind of one and the same, right? So you could be like, "Hey, I want a new car," and you could think you manifested it, but really you weren't. What really you were is you were seeing the future, and then you got a car, but the two wires got crossed on what, like, manifest. I'm just making this up, but manifestation might be the narcissistic version of telling the future. Like, you want to take credit for it, but really you just saw the future. Is that what it is? When you think of predictive programming, is it like that also? It could be, it's not really predictive programming. It was just someone telling the future. You know what I mean? One is like you created it, and the other one is no, it was predestined.
Right. I completely get what you're saying. It's a great question, because I do think they use us to, you know, like, I think the collective consciousness is used to manifest things. So I do think predictive programming does happen so we personally can manifest things to happen, or there's a greater outcome or, you know, probability that something will happen if they already get us thinking about it. Or the other side of things, do they already know? I don't know. You know, it's a great question to ponder. I don't have an answer to it.
This is sorry, this is really self-indulgent here.
While you're just while we're on that topic, as I was waking up to things, man, I was becoming extremely clairvoyant, like predicting things, you know, like to the point where I would walk into a casino and I would say 33 and the roulette ball would land on 33, and playing blackjack, and I would say the Queen of Hearts and the next card over would be the Queen of Hearts. And having visions. A guy won thousands of dollars and I don't really go to the casino anymore now that I've kind of just taken on a new spiritual purpose. But I had a vision of the number 28, and it was burned. I'd never had a vision in my life, and it was burned into my vision. And I went to the casino that day, was kind of looking for signs of it, and I saw this guy. I was playing blackjack next to this guy, and I've never seen a guy play blackjack and at the same time go over and bet on roulette. He was doing both, and he went over and he put a number or put money on roulette, and he came back. I was like, "What'd you put it on?" And he said like 00, and he goes, "Wow, you got a number?" And instantly my 28 burned. I was like, "Oh, 28." I had 28 burned into my vision this morning, and I told him. He went over and put 28, and then we're just playing blackjack. All of a sudden, he starts like elbowing me, and he won thousands of dollars based on what I said 28. And he started crying because he had owed the amount of money he won, he owed for some bill he didn't have the money for or something like that. It was wild.
Yeah.
And I was having a lot of that clairvoyant stuff happening as I was going through my spiritual awakening. It was pretty crazy.
Evidence of the existence of the unseen.
Yep. A lot
Evidence of the existence of the unseen. So the first time I heard this, I was a little kid. Sevan is the king of patronizing. Patronizing? What the fuck does patronizing mean? That means like I'm lying to you or something?
No, that you're mocking me. I don't think you're mocking me. You're
patronizing. Patronizing is apparently kind or helpful, but betraying a feeling of superiority, condescending.
The first time someone said that to me, I was a little kid, and it was a friend of my mom's, and it was a guy I really, really liked. And he flew B-52 bombers in Vietnam. His name was Lou Pascali. And I was riding in his car with him. He had a little pickup truck, and he had an 8-track player in it. He was cool as shit. And I was asking him questions about flying the B-52 bombers. And he goes, "Do you really care, or are you just pulling my strings?" And I remember that fucking rocked me. I was just a little kid. It's wild. And I get it. By the way, Stephen Miller or whoever you are, I get it. My whole life has not my whole life, but ever since I had my personal awakening, people have said to me, "Hey, I can never tell if you're telling the truth or if you're being like sincere or not." And
right.
I want to be like, "Hey, I don't fucking know either."
I think
I'm just being me.
You seem like a pretty sincere guy to me, if I'm being honest. And I have a pretty good judge of character.
All right.
It's part of the reason I used to listen to you, because you would, I don't know. You can be a smart ass and you can be sarcastic and
I want to be funny too.
Right.
Yeah. I want to be funny.
I think I'm the same way, I'm an honest, sincere person, but I like to be sarcastic. I think it's part of the reason my videos do well, because I can just be sarcastic, but it's not putting on a front.
This is so inappropriate, but you're a special guest, so I don't mind being inappropriate. Do you know who this guy is? Mike Adela?
I don't believe so. He's doing a Turkish get up with that? No way.
Are you
Oh God.
Are you fucking kidding me? I just broke the Turkish get up world record by 55 pounds.
Wow.
Listen, if I can believe the earth is flat, I would not believe this is humanly possible.
I thought I was cool doing a Turkish get up with my my rower.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
This guy's got me beat.
This is crazy, right?
Yeah. Wow.
He's got everybody beat. This is ridiculous.
Hey, so before you came on the show this morning, I watched this and I thought to myself, what would be crazy is if this guy would be a great pastor if he would be like, "Dear God, please give me the power to," like all these people are talking about needing proof of God. If that dude said that and then did that in front of me, I'd be like, all right, I'm getting on board with you.
That's pretty cool.
His Instagram has the most wild lifts on it. And they're not like the weird ones where the guy's like doing he does an overhead squat. He does an overhead squat with 350 pounds in one hand.
Dang.
Yeah. Anyway, I
used to love showing that to my students, the Turkish get up with a person. He's doing it with not that guy specifically, but I think who was the big
Max Mormont did that to me in my early years when I first came to CrossFit. Yeah, it was a cool video.
Who's the big kettlebell guy? His name's
Martone.
Yeah, I think Martone did it with a girl. I thought that was pretty cool. I used to show that to my students.
Jeff Martone,
Yeah.
Great guy.
Seems like it. I haven't seen stuff on him for years. Have you had him on?
No, but I'm
No,
friends with
he's a
him,
great guy.
and I see him regularly.
Okay.
He's great guy. Great guy. I think one
Seems like
time I heard him say that strong men were put on the planet to protect weak men. And I thought that was really cool. He's a really good guy. He's
Cool.
fantastic. So when you had Laz on, he did some stuff with his hands, and it caught your attention.
He had me on.
Sorry. Why?
Okay.
Why? If he had you on, but the podcast is on your YouTube station. How is that? You just burned it.
He just sent me the file, and I asked him if I was looking to put a little longer form content. Honestly, I was thinking of starting a podcast myself, and I put that on my YouTube to see how it did, just to see if the longer form content did well, and that's why. But it's his podcast.
Oh, and you're welcome to this one too. I can send you whatever you want.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Sorry, I called Laz Molnar.
Yeah.
How did when did that happen? I would never when I occasionally I'll see the only hand gestures I ever get is like I feel like I know tweaker hand gestures because they do a lot. How do tweakers do it? But when I see tweakers, like people who've either done a lot of meth or on meth, I start recognizing weird shit they're doing with their hands. And then other than that, I've never noticed anyone doing anything with their hands. And people have made fun of me too. When I first started working at CrossFit, Tony Bundy used to always joke because I was always gesticulating. And now I notice my kids gesticulate like crazy.
I almost called you out.
Oh, on which one?
Did like where's the camera? You did one of those.
One of these.
Okay. One of those. I almost said something, but I was like, I'll let it slide. That could have been you and your Freemason buddy Dave Castro. I don't know. I got.
I have to ask you. So tell me. I was telling him about the Josh Bridges thing the other day.
Who, Dave?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah.
And we were busting up, and I was like, I told him, I said, I think Josh is mad. I don't think Dave cares. Dave's too busy with the weed whacker.
Well, I do have to say that I am not a big believer of coincidences anymore. And you sent me that video of the guy you thought looked like Josh, who looks a lot like Josh.
Right, that's crazy, right?
He just happens to be spelling P-A-T for potato. Do you see what I'm saying there, Sevan?
No, give me a second though.
Cat.
What? Say it again.
The guy.
Do
you see what I'm...
shit. Oh shit.
Come on. You tell me you didn't notice that. Sevan.
Dude.
You noticed that. Come on.
You have to understand something about yourself that's different. This is what I mean why you're like Hillary. You make so many connections that are so wild. So people who aren't caught up, there's a video out there where Tyler explains that in his belief or knowledge that Pat Tillman and Josh Bridges are the same person. It's a recent post on, you can go to the Fittest Flat Earther on Instagram, at the Fittest Flat Earther. Oh, it's there on the screen. And then he shows how Pat Tillman and Josh Bridges are the same person. But I had recently, just a few days before, talking about not speaking in coincidences, brought up a video.
That recent, huh?
Yeah, it was just a couple days ago. I was busting Josh's balls. Anytime I see someone who looks like someone, like I play it just like to make fun of them,
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm like, hey, look, here's Josh Bridges, and it's some Mexican dude. So I was like so excited, like to fuck with you and send that to you. Be like, no, Tyler, what about this guy? And so
and he spells P-A-T for potato. He goes P-A-T.
Like Pat. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Can you play? Did you find that video? It's in one of our threads. It would be in the locker room thread. I don't know how.
I can text it to you probably in 5 seconds.
That would be awesome. And then I'll send it, and then I can play it. God, that video is so funny. That guy really does look like Josh. Do you think that guy looks more like Josh than Pat Tillman? I do.
I do too.
Yeah,
I think Josh has had some work. I think he had. Can you see? You won't be able to see. Oh wait.
Oh yeah, there. yeah. That's crazy, dude.
Huh.
Even the way the hair grows in, dude. Even the way the hair grows in.
Should I text this to you, Sevan?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Hey, I was a little surprised you gave me your phone number. I was like, I can't, because like I'd say 80% of the people give me their phone number and 20% don't. Like if I contact a UFC fighter and and they're like, yeah, I'll come on, and then I'll be like, can I get your phone number so Sousa can send you some times? And then they ghost me, and I'm like, this fucking guy. There's no fucking way this guy.
I don't give my phone number to anyone. Honestly, if I hadn't known who you were for the past 10 years, I probably wouldn't have. But
okay,
like I know he's at least a real person.
Yeah, right. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is so funny.
Okay, so can we preface this again and say you sent this to me saying it looks like Josh, and I'm saying Josh is Pat
Yeah.
Tillman. So
I was trying to undermine your theory. Then Stephen Miller. Steve Miller, that's where you're right. There I was patronizing him. Sorry, there I was. I was like, what are you talking about? I found Josh.
In my opinion, you may have just confirmed that this is a little humiliation ritual. This is a humiliation ritual Josh has to do to play a dumb Hispanic man.
Because he got to play Pat Tillman too. He's got to play both.
Well, yeah, to be part of the club, you've got to go through. That's what all the people in Hollywood wearing dresses and all that crap is for. It's because you got to be part of the club by being humiliated.
Oh, I want to touch on that in a second.
Spell potatoes.
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 Potatoes. Potatoes.
Yeah, potato is a vegetable.
Yeah. Spell it.
Vegetable. It's a vegetable.
Spell it. Spell it.
Spelling. P-A-T-O-T-O. P-A-T-A.
God, I wish I would have never brought this up now. You fucked my brain all up. Hey, listen. So you think that?
I don't think.
Okay, how would that be connected? Why would they do that? Were they like, hey, let's leave clues for the people?
Oh, which one? This video here?
Yeah, like why would they do? Like, let's say there is some sort of connection.
Because they love to mock how dumb we are, and it's they also got to kind of tell us. They're big on not impacting free will, and if they put these clues out, they're like, hey, if these people are too dumb, we're literally showing them truth in plain sight. Then, it relieves them of any karmic debt, is what a lot of people believe.
So make sure that we always feel and believe we have free will and control us at the same time. So that's a pretty crazy task at hand.
Yep. And how do you do that? You start by confusing the people enough that they don't even know where they live. Because if you can look up at the sky and you see, you ask any single kid who hasn't been programmed by books and indoctrination, they look and they see the sun moving and they see the moon moving and they see the stars moving. They don't think we're rotating 1,000 miles per hour backwards, and that's why the sun sets. And
right.
if you can get people to abandon believing their senses, then you can convince them of anything.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. I heard Greg use this phrase one time. We've outsourced our discernment.
Yep, absolutely.
It's a great line, right? Outsource. When I heard him say that,
yeah, we appeal to the authority. I'm scared of this, this COVID stuff. What should I do? Oh, take this vaccine.
Right.
Okay, I'm scared. I'll listen to the authority.
Do you go down any of those rabbit holes? Like, do you have thoughts about that? Like what was in that, or was it just to show control, or they were actually giving us something? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think there was some population control involved in that for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, hey, too many fish in the fish tank. Too many, like, have you ever had a fish tank and you're like, you go to the store and you bring home 3 fish you shouldn't have, it exceeds the limit. You know what I mean? Like, you're only supposed to put as many fish in the fish tank as if you measure you measure the fish out. God, using hand, you're like hanging out with someone who has pronouns. Every time I do a hand gesture, I feel like I'm offending you. But that rule.
I'm not offended. You're just telling me who you are. That's all. There's no offense.
Okay. If I do any that show that I'm gay, tell me. I want to get rid of those ones. That rule about the fish tank? Like if the length of your fish tank isn't supposed if you put your fish head to tail, the length of those fish combined should not be longer than the fish tank, or else you have too many fish. That's like the general rule of thumb. I remember from like being 5.
Yeah.
So you're saying that there were too many fish in our fish tank, and so they had to cull the herd.
Yeah, there's also the name of these. The name is slipping me, but there were these basically cement walls somewhere, and they literally had all these rules written on them, and it was something where you could see the North Star at all times, every year, every day, every month. It's just, you just look through this whole and anyway, in it, they had like a list of things that they were trying to follow. And one of them was like, keep the human population under, 500 million at all times. So yeah, I think it's population control. And I think that there could still be something more nefarious at foot with it. I'm not a fear guy. I don't like to promote fear, but who knows what that stuff is, who knows what's going on more long-term.
I've also heard that doctors are programmed more or in herd management. Like they basically treat us like animals. Like it's a herd management technique. I've heard that from very smart people who don't believe that the earth is flat, or at least I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think
You think I have go ahead.
Go.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
You think I have friends who know that the earth is, why wouldn't someone just how do you think people get brought into the club?
I would bet Dave Castro knows that we don't live on a globe. I would put a lot of money on that.
Okay. And how did he find out?
Well, there's secret societies everywhere. A lot of secret societies have a lot of members in, police and fire department, special forces, like the Army. They're literally, and the Freemasons is the biggest one. A lot of, like Shaquille O'Neal is a Freemason, Scottie Pippen's a Freemason, John Elway is a Freemason. There are a lot of Freemasons that are always inserted into the, kind of the top tiers of all these different organizations. And I would, if Dave's not a Freemason, I would speculate he's a member of Skull and Bones, which is the secret society that George Bush was a member of. His skull and barbells looks very similar to the Skull and Bones insignia.
So I'm going to tell you about that. I'm going to tell you about this real quick. And I'm not saying that this is truth. This is just because I've known him for a long time.
Okay.
He texted me one day. He's like, "Hey, what do you think about this logo?" I'm like, "It's cool. What is it?" And he's like, "That it's a gear on my motorcycle, and it's a barbell, and it's something else." I'm like, "Oh, cool." I'm like, "Who made it?" And he's like, "I think one of my seminar staff made it for me and said I needed it." So I mean, that's the story he told me. I'm not saying it's true.
Right.
I mean, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a cool logo. I love the logo.
I mean, but he could have just. You're saying that if what I'm saying is true and what you're saying is true, then he lied to me.
Maybe his friend on the seminar staff was also a Freemason.
Oh, okay. So okay, I see that. So he didn't lie to me, but I don't know the reasons.
The full story. Yeah, I don't know. And look, I don't know for certain Dave is a Freemason. He gives a lot of the, like even some of the CrossFit Games programming has, some of that insignia stuff on it, like doing 66 kettlebell push presses out of nowhere, doing, and I, off the top of my head, I can't list them now, but he does, you watch any of his Instagram videos, he's always doing this thing, he's throwing it in there. And my guess is that he's associated, and it's probably from his Navy SEAL days.
Have you ever worked with disabled adults?
No, not adults, just kids.
Kids, kids. You ever seen self-stimming? You know what that is? Like someone who like will just like gently rush their hair, or they'll do a little bit of rocking. You seen that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do any of that?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, yeah, I haven't seen any of those characteristics of you. Because the reason why I asked that is you and Dave and Andrew Hiller are three people that I know. Dave makes a lot of connections too. Like a lot of connections. Like shit that I can't even see. Like sometimes he asks me questions, I'm like, that's not even what I'm talking about. And then he drills down to something. I'm like, holy fuck, how'd he find that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
He starts asking.
From what I know of him, he seems extremely intelligent. I lost where I was going with that.
Okay. Tell me what a Freemason is.
I mean,
Tyler?
it's just like the Shriners Club. It's a society people join, and it doesn't mean that every single person that joins the Freemason, secret society is a bad person. A lot of people join and they just think they're joining a boys club. Basically, it's like NASA. Not everyone at NASA is a piece of shit liar. The people at the top that are part of it, in my opinion, are. But it's just a society, secret
think-
society.
So it's like because that's the only thing I know about the Freemasons. I don't know if Fred Flintstone was one, but like I remember watching the Flintstones as a kid, and he belonged to some organization, and I always just thought of it as a fraternity. I thought it's where just like a bunch of guys go together. They go to get they have a charity where they collect stuffed animals for kids, and
Yeah, I
so
mean,
you're saying is it
I
a
would
front? Is it
associate
a
it.
religious organization? Is it?
I do believe that you need to be spiritual to be let in. You need to know, you need to believe in a higher power. I think part of that is because basically at the heart of it is they believe that Lucifer's the good guy. They believe Lucifer, was trying, like God has us here in this prison, and Lucifer was trying to give us knowledge and trying to help the humans. And they all believe instead of Jesus and God being the good guy, Lucifer's the good guy. So, it's an
Is that
entire
open? That's your theory, or like if I went to Wiki and I read about the Freemasons, is that like part of their? Could I find that on their website?
No, I don't think that would be.
Oh, okay.
That wouldn't be on Google. No.
Okay, they're not open about that.
I don't think so. But individuals might be open about it, but I don't think the club in general is.
Okay. Mr. Jake Chapman. Hi, Mr. Jake Chapman. When did you add Mr.? Tyler, good to hear your opinion. Question: is there any evidence you can imagine that would persuade you that the Earth is round? Oh, that's a good question.
First, Jake, thanks for the kindness and the just.
And the money. Oh, are you tripping on his hands? No. Okay.
No, I was just saying, most people ask a question like that and like, you effing idiot.
Oh, right.
He just seems,
he's very polite. Yeah.
He's a cool dude.
He's
such a cool
appreciating
dude.
my thoughts. No, at this point, so here's what it comes down to me, and it's really this simple: is that the properties of water alone. Like I've got this glass of water here, and I think if we all had a glass of water and we were holding it, we would know that water was laying level in our glass, right? Can we all three of us agree on that?
Yes,
And
sir.
that's what the properties of water are. Water does not curve around a ball, regardless of how many times they tell you gravity can make that happen. If you're on a lake, if you're on a pond, if you're on an ocean, water is always flat and level. So I would have to go against everything that I know to be logical and scientifically provable now to go back to thinking I live on a globe. There is really nothing that could convince me. No. And when you get to the point where I'm at and you look back, I don't know if you guys celebrated Christmas or whatever, but like when I look back, once I found out Santa Claus wasn't going down my chimney and eating the cookies and delivering the presents, I was like, man, how did I believe that for 8 years of my life? Now I look back and I'm like, how did I believe that there were people in Australia standing upside down for 42 years? How did I believe water could curve for 42 years? Like I look back and I'm like, it's a ridiculous thought. And I understand how people believe it because I believed it for my whole life. But what I don't understand is how people can't be open-minded enough to look. Because I do feel like if someone would have tapped me on the shoulder and been like, dude, the earth is flat, I would have probably laughed at them at first. And then I would have said, oh yeah, show me, smart guy. And then I would have sat there and let people present evidence. But that's not what I get. I get people that are, you're a retard and you're a moron and you're delusional and you have a brain tumor and, the list goes on and on. But when you look, there aren't many people that look and spend time actually trying to seek the truth of it that still think that they live on a place that is literally spinning 1,000 miles per hour right now and circling the sun at 66,000 miles per hour and traveling through the Milky Way galaxy at 400,000 miles per hour. It's all just like when you look into it and you look into NASA, it literally becomes as ridiculous as Santa coming down my chimney.
The pushback, and I know you've heard it 1,000 times, is that the Earth is so big, right?
Yeah, right.
That somehow that makes it so it becomes and that we live in this that you see that there's a what's it called? What's that section called above the earth that is spinning with it, and that's why we're not affected by the spin.
The atmosphere or
The atmosphere.
stratosphere. Or,
Yeah, that basically it's spinning also.
Well, yeah. So what you can, you can think that, and you can like let your brain go down the mental gymnastics of that. But one, a helicopter can hover for 10 hours and it's in the same spot. So yeah, is it spinning with the atmosphere or without? But what it comes down to in reality is, however big the earth is, they tell us how big the earth is. So it's not like we don't know how big the earth is. They say we know exactly how big it is, which is 25,000 miles in circumference. So that will give you a exact curve rate. And they tell us, if you know how big it is, then you can create a curve rate. And then what you can do is you can see Chicago from across Lake Michigan, which would be 100% impossible based on the size Earth they tell us we live on. And I've seen that with my own eyes.
Yeah,
Many
I've seen all the
times
I've seen all the videos on that too.
Yeah, so the only thing that keeps people in the box of living on a globe are things that they can't witness and experience with their own eyes. Things that they just are told and believe, like gravity makes us stick to a ball.
Go back. I want to go back to the hand signs. How what's the implications of people who are using hand signs? And why do they do it?
Well, do you remember like West Side rappers?
Uh-huh.
Like they do the West Side rap. That's like their gang sign, right? Their gang sign. Well, doing the pyramid, doing the 666 symbol, doing the all-seeing eye. It's just they're showing their allegiance. They're showing their gang, what gang they're affiliated with, and it happens to be the gang of the Freemason, Luciferian, devil-worshipping group.
So it's a very human trait. It's a very human trait. It's a very superficial thing. Like no, you're saying it's literally no different than like the gang thing. And you're saying that maybe even that they use those signs so often. Like I saw your video of the girl sitting next to, I don't remember who it was, but she was sitting next to Taylor Swift and she did this sign.
Caitlin Clark. Or maybe the other one, the Ice Spice or something like that. I did a few, yeah.
So like I did that. I did this hand gesture earlier, made the circles.
But you did something like that, but you may have also been saying like it was
right.
Okay.
But this one, when you showed me this one, when you showed that one in the video, I was like, wow, I don't know if I've ever done that. Yeah. I've done this, hang loose Hawaii.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But I don't know if I've ever this one I was tripping on a little bit.
Yeah, I mean it's super intentional. It's super.
Oh yeah, like that. Like but I'd never do my hands like that.
And she's
unless I was doing Spider-Man with my kids.
Yeah, and she seems to be wearing an upside down cross too. And here's Caitlin Clark, and Caitlin Clark, her name is CC, Caitlin Clark, which happens to be 33, and 33 is the number that all the Freemasons love. In my opinion, it's because a third of the angels fell from heaven, so a third is 0.33 repeating. So I think they put, if you become aware of it, you see that they hide 33, or if you're watching movies and TV, you will see 33 all over the place once you become aware of it.
Mm. Well, that when in college when I smoked weed, and you heard the number 420, right?
Yeah.
I started seeing it everywhere.
Yeah. Yep. Well, you will. I mean, you will see it everywhere because they put it everywhere. Not the 420, but the 33.
I'm trying to. I haven't seen any negative comments yet. Let me see if I can.
Probably because I asked a bunch of my people to come on over to inundate the chat with kindness and support.
Let me see.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little. I was like, man, after Taylor was talking trash about me and never even met me for 5 seconds, I was like, this could be a rough ride. I was really hoping you weren't going to invite that whole crew on our little chat. I thought Susan might be here though. No,
I invited him on. The show's very loose. Caleb has a day job, and then Susan, everyone has jobs. So but Susan and Caleb are they're the guys that I like to come on every show. Gotcha. So I don't know when they're going to pop on, but usually Caleb pops on Saturdays and Sundays, and Susan's more maybe he had. He's got his hands in so many cookie jars. You think Sousa could be a Freemason plant?
I don't know enough about Matt.
Okay, good. I don't think he is.
Caleb, what do you do for work? Do you do CrossFit or you?
This is,
I don't know,
Uh,
Caleb.
he can't.
No
tell
offense
us
to you, Caleb.
Yeah, I'm in the military, so
Oh, okay.
we'll just leave it at that.
Do you know any Freemasons in the military?
I can't say that I do.
Okay.
Have you ever met a Freemason, Caleb?
Yeah.
Is your dad a Freemason?
No.
Okay.
I had one of my cousins is a Freemason. Yeah, that's it.
They're a lot more prevalent than people realize.
Oh, here it is. Here's the. This isn't really even. This dude is whack. Hey,
That's the nicest insult I've ever gotten, I think.
Oh, that's nice. She's never even been that nice to me. She ass pounds me all the time. The last time I had a flat earther on, the cool thing about it was there was a guy who really wanted to fight with Hibbler, and he kept paying money every time I brought up. Like, so he would give me like $2, and I'd bring up his comment. Then he'd give me another $2. I think I must have made $100 off that guy. So if someone wants to fight with Tyler and make me rich, please start. Please start dropping coin in there.
I thought Taylor and I might fight.
I want to.
Everybody thinks they're gonna fight Taylor.
Yeah.
No, I disarmed him with some kindness. I just, I sent him a message. I was like, hey, dude, I actually if he was being legit, I understand where he's coming from because
he was being legit. He's like, there's no way because he can't see what you see. None of us can see what you see. So we only have 2 buckets to put you. We have 3 buckets to put you into. Believe you. Oh, there's the number 3. Believe you. Think you're crazy or think you're making it up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like for fun, for
right.
entertainment.
And that's why I said I was like, if he legitimately thinks I'm just lying for views and all this crap, like I would hate me too. But I'm and I say this with humility, I'm probably the most honest person I've ever met in my life. I just like if I tell a white lie, my conscience just eats at me. So none of the stuff that I am presenting, I don't put anything out there that I don't believe. I don't put anything out there. There's a lot of things I will try to investigate that I can't prove far enough for myself that I'm like, I don't want to put that out there because I don't want to put false information out into the world. I really don't.
I respect that from your perspective, right? Because you're trying to share what you believe is truth. But I wouldn't hate someone who did what you were saying for entertainment purposes. Like we do this game. We do this game sometimes when we do the CrossFit Games update show. We say, we'll say there'll be a new CrossFit Games athlete, and we'll be like, who were they in the past? And we'll try to think of other CrossFit Games athletes who like kind of were like them, who were in that same archetype. Right. So if this was just some sort of creative outlet for you, I
think I could see how people would be mad when I'm going after people that have supposedly died. There's families and, people's brothers and mothers and sisters that have.
Yeah, Josh didn't like it. Josh didn't like it.
Right. There are people that have supposedly lost loved ones. And for me to just make a mockery of that just for entertainment, I think that would be really shitty of me, but I don't do that for that purpose. I do it to expose the fact that we're being lied to on a massive level. And ultimately I do it for the hope that people will question things enough that they dig deep enough to say, hey, where are we living? And if there's someone like me that didn't believe in God for 42 years, I hope to give people, the question reality enough to maybe find God and get to the ultimate place where I'm at, where I have no fear in life whatsoever, because I know I'm a, just infinite spiritual being having an experience here. And that wasn't my belief 2 years ago. So if I can help people find that by showing them that, Andy Kaufman faked his death and became Nicolas Cage, if that leads to that, cool. Because I never know what the one trigger is going to be for someone to question their existence enough to keep digging.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you the story and really quick. So I was it was like early in the morning. I was, I don't know, 20 some odd years old, and I was walking my dog, And I started I always walked my Great Danes early in the morning, like at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. I lived in a camper, and I was get up and walk my dogs. And I would always like follow the crows around while I was walking my dog. So I'd like find like some crows would come over and start like, yelling at us and shit, or doing like, hey, in my mind, they were telling the rest of the group like, hey, there's a dude and his dog, let everyone know, like, don't fuck
Right.
around over here. Don't land over here. This dog will eat you or whatever.
Yep.
So then I started like fucking with them every morning, and I would follow them around. So they would like do that thing where they triangulate on us and then bark at us and then fly away. And I would follow them around this little town. It was Isla Vista, California.
Okay.
And I did that for like, months. And then one month we were walked into this park, and out of nowhere, this old guy walks up to me. I was probably, I don't know, 25 at the time, and this guy was probably 60. And he walks up to me, and he's got a cardboard box, and he says, "The crows wanted me to give this to you." And I opened the cardboard box. Never seen the fucking guy ever in my life. And I opened the cardboard box, and there's a giant nest. And he goes, "It's a crow's nest. They wanted me to give this to you." So I befriend this guy,
Yeah.
right? And I can tell you endless stories like that about him. Anyway, so I hadn't seen the guy in now I'm 300 miles north. I'm living in Santa Cruz, California, and I haven't seen this guy 20 years. Right? He was 60 or 70 at the time. I don't know how old he was. But by the way, after that day he did that crow's nest to me, showed me that, I was very close to him for 2 years. I basically saw him every day for 2 years. Okay? And the stories are just wild. So fun. So it's just like we were like two little boys. Like just so many things he taught me. And so about, I don't know, a year and a half ago, my wife says, "Hey, I wonder what happened to him. It would be cool to see him again." And I was like, "Yeah, it would be really cool to see him again." And I had figured out ways on how to see him, how to summons him in those 2 years, because he didn't have a house and I didn't have a house, but I had figured out how to summons him, or maybe summons not the right word.
Right.
Locate him. I don't know.
Right.
It's like, so during COVID, I had stopped ever going to Starbucks. And this particular day, I was like, shit, I'm in a hurry. After my wife had said that to me, I'm going to go to Starbucks. I hadn't seen the guy in over 20 years. And I walk up to the Starbucks, and there's a patio there that used to be full before COVID, but now since COVID, it's completely empty. They took off most of the chairs. There's one chair there. And I walk in, as I'm walking to the Starbucks, he's sitting there in the chair.
Wow.
Yeah. And I go, "Dude, Raymond, what are you doing here?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" And I go, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "I'm here to meet you."
What?
I'm like, "Okay, you want a coffee?" He's like, "Yeah." And I go get him a coffee, and we hang out. And then, I'm like, "Hey, come over to my house." And I bring him over to my house. And
Right.
so that's just that. I'm going to tell, so that's, I tell people all the time, I don't live I live a life. So for me, I finally defined faith about a month ago, or a week ago. Faith for me is not a verb; it's a noun. It's evidence of the unseen, the no thing. Lao Tzu called it no, or Eckhart Tolle or Lao Tzu. One of them called it no thing, and it's everywhere. Like once I woke up, you talk about gifts. Once I woke up, I'm just like, I felt like I left the world in between my ears, and I came to the outside world, and now I'm just alone out here. Everyone I meet is just in their head thinking. And I'm just like a dumb fucking kid out here by myself. It's cool because God's out here.
Right.
Just doing all sorts of fun shit with me. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
Doing
100%.
all the cool shit, but it's dumb. But it is really, it's dumb compared to like all the smart shit people are saying in their heads. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not though, it's not, I think it's
It's very simple. It's not complicated at all. It's very, it's like, anyway, I want to tell you before I don't want to go too far into that. But
the guy's probably an angel, by the way.
And I'd like to hear your story about the guy you met, by the way, when in that walk, because you touched on it, but I didn't hear the story. But this guy told me one time, "Hey, dude, there's only 12 people here." And I go, "What do you mean?" And he just would always tell me that. There's
Yeah.
only 12 people here. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, it's just the apostles. That's all that's here. And I was
Interesting.
like, and that always stuck with me. You know, like when someone says something to you, you don't understand, but you want to be like,
Right.
okay, hang that thing
Right.
up in the back.
Right.
And when
Right.
I see you making these connections, that really, as I was watching your videos, that started really playing in my head. There's only 12 people here. And I started wondering, I wonder if Tyler's just seeing the same 12 people over and over and over. Does any of that resonate with you?
Yeah, it does, but like on a different level, I think, than the only 12 people here is very interesting. But more of what resonates with me is just what you're talking about of having a connection with God and knowing God's here, because I didn't have that for 42 years, and now like I don't hear God's voice, but I think
Me neither. I wish he would.
well, I shouldn't.
Me neither. But I see all his shit. I see all the cool shit he did. I mean,
yes,
and it's
exactly.
cool. And it's cool that I have my wife too, because I brought this guy home. I actually called my wife. I'm like, Raymond's here.
Yeah.
And now these things don't even surprise me. But she's like, shut the
Right.
fuck up. I'm like, okay, we'll be over in 5 minutes. So I get other witnesses, so I don't have to be like I'm batshit crazy.
Well, and that was the thing with me for the first several months is I just wanted one person to validate what I was seeing or what I was experiencing, and nobody would. So I was going a little crazy, but it wasn't because of what I was seeing and experiencing and learning. It was because nobody else was able to see what I could.
Right.
And to me, it's like sometimes I see things and I'm like, it's so like the other week
Like the Pat thing.
Yeah, exactly.
never
Like to me,
seen
that's
that.
so obvious. To me, the other day, a follower messaged me, this country singer, Keith Whitley, that died when he was 33. And he's like, I think this guy has to be out there somewhere. And I never had heard of Keith Whitley in my life. And the moment I looked up a picture, I'm like, that's Hugh Jackman. Like I just see immediately that's Hugh Jackman's face. And then like the further I went exploring that, the more it's Hugh Jackman. And to me, I just know it's Hugh Jackman. But I show my wife,
oh shit. Oh
right.
shit. Oh my God.
It's Hugh Jackman. It is. He plays
Oh
it.
my
or
God.
Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake too.
Okay, so I went
wow.
down. I think
Caleb, Caleb. Come back to me, Caleb. Come back to me, Caleb.
Shit's getting crazy, dude.
Hey, Tyler, if I start seeing Caleb working on your show, I'm gonna be pissed.
Dude,
well, so here's the thing: is a lot
Earlier,
of people said Justin Timberlake. My wife said I see Justin Timberlake, and then what I think I made the connection is that Justin Timberlake is actually Hugh Jackman's son. I honestly think that. So I did a whole video post on this, but okay, well, you guys see it, so that's cool. But I see these things, and it's like so clear as day to me. And I was seeing them for months, and people are just like, I don't see what you're seeing. I don't see what you're seeing. And at one point, I was like,
I mean, I don't agree with you, but how can you not? How it's like no one can say you're crazy for at least thinking it. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, and then so here's the thing: is then I go and find the exact same 7 birthmarks on their faces, and this is why I'm so certain about my thoughts on Josh and Pat. Is this is the wrong audience to say it to, but what are the odds that I think they look alike, that they both have, Pat Tillman had a mole here and then Josh has a scar there. And then they have, the same exact abdomen burn. I mean, the coincidence or the odds of those being there are astronomical so far to the point. It's just impossible. They just have to be the same person. And I'm not here to convince anyone of that. Especially like I said on this podcast, but some of these things I just see. And kind of getting back to where we started talking about this is I don't hear God's voice, but I'm just a dude that taught high school PE for 20 years. I'm not this smart to come to all these revelations. I literally think that like I'm getting downloads from my higher self, from God, from a guardian angel. Like I'm just not this smart. I'm a humble guy, and I'm humble enough to be like, I'm not this smart for the past 2 years to figure out a whole lot of things that no one else in this world has figured out before me. And there's a lot of them. And it's like, it still blows my mind when I've never heard anyone ever say that Keith Whitley is Hugh Jackman. And I'm like, I see that. I'm like, that's Hugh Jackman.
God, that one, that one's, and it can't just be that, hey, there's 8 billion people on the planet and just a bunch of us look alike.
Well, one, I don't think we're on a planet. I think we're
sorry. Right. Eight,
No,
eight.
no, there's obviously doppelgangers and people look alike, but um, the birthmarks, and that's where I came along. A lot of people used to do this. For example, I didn't come up with Jim Morrison of The Doors died and became Rush Limbaugh. Other people had explored that. I think I just proved that beyond reasonable doubt by finding these birthmarks. And honestly, I think part of me finding these birthmarks was 20 years of experience as a Olympic weightlifting coach and a shot put and discus coach, where my wife would literally yell at me laying in bed, like moving frame by frame, trying to see how I could get my athlete's heel to move just slightly different so they could
Andrew
lift.
Hiller. Andrew, are you listening?
Yeah. Similar.
That's another problem. I'm sure he's done that.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. He's a Chicago dude too, right?
Yeah. Is
Isn't
that where you were? In Chicago?
Yeah, I grew up in Lake Forest, Illinois, which is like one of the wealthiest north suburbs of Chicago. So yeah, it was like 40 minutes outside Chicago.
So almost like you were trained to do all of these things and be this person, and then okay, he's ready. Let's give him this last piece, and boom.
Yeah, and to tie that in as well is that like for 20 years of my teaching career, the biggest thing I would tell kids if I could go back and do it again, it would be go back and tell my high school self, care less about what people think. Don't give a crap what people think. Be true to yourself. And who cares if that's different, if that's way different than what normal or like the general population's doing, who gives a shit? Be yourself, be true to yourself. And like, that was my message to kids. And I think, honestly, that was probably the big, like me instilling that in kids. I think maybe the biggest thing was me instilling that in myself. So when I came to believe in this stuff, I didn't have fear about presenting it to the world, because so many people will be like, I don't have the courage you do, one, because you get mocked, but two, a lot of people are like fearful for my life because I do reveal a lot of things that seem like government type people would, not be happy with. And so many people message me like, I pray for your safety. And I'm like, I'm not afraid, like I just have no fear.
Yeah, it's a trip to me that I can't see that.
Which
I guess it's because I don't believe. I just don't see anything. I mean, I guess after your explanation, if it really is just one giant control operation, to keep the herd maintained.
Yeah.
I could see maybe how you speaking up would be like, okay, we got a guy in sector 4. He's getting too close to the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
but other than that,
I know what's going on because I've created posts, and within 2 hours, those posts there will be like a Google or a mainstream article that comes out to debunk my exact thing that I've created. Like a really good example of this is one of the things that woke me up was finding out that stars weren't what I thought my whole life. And it sounds absolutely crazy, but I found dog images
I saw that. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. How do you take those pictures of those stars? What are you using?
I've got a Nikon P1000 camera, which NASA bought recently.
NASA bought Nikon?
Yeah, because I don't, so they could probably dumb down the zoom, because a lot of people were zooming in on things that they shouldn't have been able to zoom in on based on the curve rate of the Earth. But one of the things that, I made this post that went pretty viral on how there are literal dog images in the stars. And
I saw it. It's a great post. I saw it.
Within 24 hours, NASA released a post or an article on how they were sending pictures of dogs and other animals to the ISS, testing their satellite capabilities. I'm like, if that's not them trying to cover up like what I'm posting about, I don't know what is. So, it sounds stupid, but they track my every move. I'm sure of it. And I don't say that with fear. I could care less. The other day on TikTok, though, I was getting, I do think they mess with me trying to post sometimes, I think. And I was like literally losing my cool. I'm like usually totally cool, calm, collected. But I like said something like, you MFers, I'm going to get this post. And I like flipped off my TikTok camera. Within 3 hours, I was banned on TikTok. Like they banned my account. I'm like, all right, never going to flip off the TikTok moderators again.
Did you get it back?
I did. Luckily. Yeah.
If it helps you with any street cred, I think, or get any street cred, I think I'm on my like 5th account
Oh yeah,
on Instagram. Yeah, but I have noticed something has happened. Something has changed.
yeah. I think
Something feels like something feels looser, like Trump scared them or something.
yeah, I think they've loosened the algorithm a little, and part of the whole TikTok ban. I was saying for a year, I was like, they're not trying to ban this because they're worried about China stealing our information. At the time, I was saying they hate TikTok because it's not controlled. There's getting, too much truth is getting out there. Flat Earth was searched over 3 billion times on TikTok. It was the number one search on TikTok. And you could search Flat Earth and get my post and other real flat earthers posts. You search Flat Earth on YouTube or Facebook or Google or probably even Instagram, you're going to get the flat earth is an archaic idea or get the fake flat earth information. So I was saying they're trying to ban TikTok for that reason, but I have now come to the belief that they were just banning it so Trump could be the savior of TikTok and, reel those people in, the people who weren't a fan of Trump. They could say, oh, I love Trump now because he brought TikTok back. But TikTok, I think all the platforms are all controlled by the same people. Facebook, the Meta universe, and TikTok, they're all just controlled by the top.
What's the deal with all the tranny stuff? Like Candace Owens saying that Macron's wife is really a dude, and now I don't know if you follow her, you know who she is, but she's saying Macron is married to his father, and all the Michelle Obama stuff where you can't find pictures of her pregnant and she's really a dude. What's going on with what's the obsession with all of that?
Because I think there is a lot of gender inversion in Hollywood and in the government, and it's just
why are they into that? Why are they into that? They drank bad water, or they're confused, or is it?
No, it's all, like I said from the beginning, it's all spiritual warfare. It's all mocking God and his creation. And I think where we used to sacrifice children, like thousands of years ago, now they sacrifice their children by gender inverting them. It's like it's a sacrifice to their god of Moloch or Lucifer, whoever. It's their kind of rite of passage. It's their
And it's fucking with people's discernment again, too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you should. I wish it might take me a minute to find, but you should look at my video I did a Megan Fox video on how do you know who Megan Fox is?
Yeah, very sad story about her kids. Very sad story.
Well, and I did I wasn't too into the gender inversion stuff just because I started posting when I was still a teacher, and I didn't, I just didn't want to offend. There were a lot of kids that were doing the transitioning thing, and I was like, I just don't want to offend students and students' parents, so I stayed away from that. But the first one I ever did was a Megan Fox one, and the first movie she was ever in was Transformers. She literally has said things like, "I'm a tranny." Her obviously, you probably have seen her three.
She has 3 kids. Yeah, 3 kids, and they're all twisted up. They don't know.
Yeah. So I think it's going on a high level. I think Candace Owens is also kind of a fraud. I did a video on her, how she's actually Halle Berry in disguise.
They're both hot. I think they're both very attractive, so that would make.
And also both probably former men, but that doesn't. I also think they're attractive. So nothing against you.
Dude, listen, I was at this coffee shop in San Francisco with my buddy, and it was for a wine festival, and we were sitting out in front of this coffee shop, and there was all this traffic, and this chick walks by, and I'm like looking at my buddy, I'm like, dude, can you believe this chick? It was this black chick. She was so hot, and we're just staring at her, and a cop comes over to us and goes, "Hey, boys." We're like, "What?" Like, that's a man. I was like, what?
Well, that's what I did in my Megan Fox. I did that in my Megan Fox video.
What? Say it again.
In my Megan Fox video, I started, but I was like,
"Don't tell me Megan Fox is a dude."
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should pull up the. Can we pull up the? Can I pull up the video? Can you guys let me share screen?
Oh no, I am gay. Patrick Clark, Tyler, big fan since 23 of February 25. Oh, he's fucking with you. How do you explain height difference in Tillman versus Bridges? Oh, do you see what he did? He buttered you up, and then went in.
He gave me the Oreo sandwich. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I addressed that in my post because just because the NFL says Pat Tillman's 5'11 doesn't mean he's 5'11. And just because, the CrossFit world says, or the internet says Josh is 5'5". But what I did, I don't like to just say that. So I found evidence of Pat Tillman standing next to a guy that was documented at 6'5", and he's a full foot shorter than this guy that is supposedly 6'5", and he's also next to a guy who's 6'3", and he's not 4 inches shorter than this guy. He's clearly shorter. So just because the internet says it doesn't mean it's true.
Who do you look like?
I used to get Stallone when I was younger.
Me too. I got Stallone and Travolta.
Oh yeah, I could see that too. Someone said Justin. Someone literally did a video on how I'm Justin Verlander, who was a former pitcher for some MLB team.
Oh, you look like a baseball player. I mean, just like a generic, like, hey, that's an ex-baseball player.
Yeah,
you look like a pitcher with your hat and shit.
Yeah, I could see that.
Justin Verlander. Were they joking or were they like serious?
Oh no, they were dead. They were trying.
Oh shit,
they were trying to expose me, like that I'm a fraud, and trying to discredit me. But the problem is, and I guess you can only go by my word. Pitcher. I'm 5'9", and Justin Verlander is like 6'7".
I don't know. I think I need to see you in a door frame.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Like you're as big as the firmament.
We should, if you guys don't care, I'd love if you played at least one of my celebrity. This person turned to this person, just so
I would
new people.
I would love to. Sevi is 4'9" and Stallone is 5'10". Debunked. Hey, I don't think Stallone is he that tall. Here's the other thing too. Someone said something funny in here that I should have brought up. I lost the comment. But when I was talking about God never talks to me, I think Sean Sullivan says, "Yeah, that's because you'd interrupt him." Fair. That's totally fair.
Well, you and I both. I think we've both interrupted each other like 10 times this episode, but it's because we're so excited. We're excited.
Yeah, I am excited. It's such a fun conversation. Okay, we have I want to play the Josh Bridges one, but I know that one, like, I think that really upset him.
Yeah, I'm okay if you don't play that one on this podcast, to be honest. I encourage people to go watch it, but
yeah,
we don't need to start the hate on this episode. I think it's going well.
I don't even think it is going well. Let me ask you this before what do you think if this isn't a legit question, I understand. What if you had to rate that one as being true? 1 star being not true and 5 star you're being like 100% certain, like you'd bet an inch off your penis. Where would you put that one?
The Josh Bridges one?
Yeah.
9.5.
Oh, so like on a 1 to 5 scale of 4.5.
Oh, and 1 to 10, 9.5.
9.5. Damn.
Yeah. I've done this a lot, and birthmarks don't lie to me. Very specific. I know Josh likes bacon like I do, and I have the exact same bacon grease burn on my abdomen as Josh and as Pat. I also think I think Pat Tillman I have an underbite. I don't know if you can tell. Sometimes you can I have an underbite and it makes me talk a certain way. And I think Pat Tillman had that underbite, and I think Josh had the jaw surgery to correct that. That's just how, my mind goes to these deep places because Josh and Pat don't look exactly alike, but there are a lot of similarities. There are a lot of birthmarks. There are a lot of, things that line up to the point where, for me, it's the odds are, what are the odds that I think it? And then I go find predictive programming, and then I go find birthmarks, and then I go find burns on their abdomen. The odds of those all lining up to me are like 0.001%. So for me,
unless
I have to just go with what resonates most as truth. And for me, what resonates most is that Josh and Pat are the same person.
Let me throw this out here. So you I don't know if you know this, but I've probably done 50 shows with Josh, right? And I don't know if you know that. I had another.
I knew you guys were close for sure. I didn't know 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We did for sure 20 shows with on another podcast we started with Matt Fraser. It was Matt Fraser, Josh, and myself, and we did 20
Yeah.
shows.
Okay. I do remember listening to that now.
And then I also did there was when he first came onto the scene, I knew of him. Oh, you're gonna like this, because when Dave was an instructor at Buds, Josh went through Buds, and Josh was the fittest guy Dave had ever seen go through Buds, and he used CrossFit to get to that level of fitness.
Okay.
And then Josh was simultaneously trying to compete in CrossFit while deploying overseas and being a Navy SEAL.
Right.
And so then I quickly glommed on to I would see Josh at events, and I would tell those stories, go around with my video camera and tell those stories. And so I quickly saw him, and he was charismatic, and he always gave a lot, and he was very lighthearted, always like joking. So even in the most tense situations, I felt comfortable coming up to him with the camera. So I have this long history with him, right?
Yeah.
And
right.
and for me, there was a huge educational piece, because I was like raised in Berkeley, California, where you hate cops, you hate all first responders, you hate all military. Like, you're just raised to hate the country. It's like this, it's this push. Like I lived in Berkeley, California. And then so meeting people like Josh opened my eyes, and meeting people like Dave like opened my eyes quite a bit to, as superficial as it is, that that type of thinking and like where my thinking was flawed and stuff like that, just by the way they carried themselves, right? I was like a libtard that kind of like woke up, right?
Yeah.
And I realized that, like, if a baby falls down, you could think you're being nice by picking it up, but you just stole a burpee from the baby. You know what I mean? When you're better off just making sure a car doesn't run the baby over and let him fight it out himself, offer him some protection to work on his own. So when I see something like that, I'm like, I believe you think it's real,
right?
But like, I can't even like fathom it.
Or and you're not allowed to say anything.
Right.
That's it. That's another option. Yeah. And I do want to say this too. It was a rough week for me this last week because, like,
you could be off and you could only be 8.5. That one could be off. Sorry, go ahead. Rough week.
No, it's okay. I've been a huge CrossFit proponent, advocate, believer, practicing, pushing, big fan. Like, Josh Bridges to me was like one of the most stand-up guys. Sorry, I lost my is one of the most stand-up guys like in the game. Like, I have a lot of respect for the guy. And Pat Tillman too. Like, before I woke up, I was a huge NFL guy. Like, big Chicago Bears fan. I was so excited Tyson got drafted by the Bears because I'm a Bears guy. And I've always been a huge Josh Bridges fan. I was also a huge Walter Payton fan. And this past week, from my perspective, I can only speak for myself and what I believe. I took to like my childhood hero, Walter Payton, and exposed him to be a fraud to me. And also probably the guy, at least one of the top 3 guys I respect most in the CrossFit world, is Josh Bridges. And I still think he is what he is, but I just think he has a history that he is lying about, and that he's not, I don't think he's
he's working. That's working for Lucifer. Basically, if there's 2 camps, you're saying he's working for the Lucifer camp.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And I also,
are all these people working for the Lucifer camp? Like, if you're doing the death and reborn thing, are you in the Lucifer camp?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And from my opinion. So, like I literally messaged you because I was like, oh, Sevan used to respond to me back when I didn't have any sort of following. Like, I would message you back in the day. Like, I really wanted you to get the CrossFit disabled.
You messaged me from this account?
Yeah, but my name was just Tyler Hansen like 2 or 3 years ago. But you would respond, like, you and I used to chat a little bit. I would always try to get you to get the disabled. When the CrossFit Games started doing the disabled, there was this girl that I think she had a missing leg. I was like, you got to get her on. She's just awesome.
The hot chick. She's crazy hot.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like literally mad about the Josh Bridges thing. I'm like, and I don't get mad at all or easy, but I was like, freaking A, this dude who I look up to basically and respect, not only as a football player, but as a CrossFit athlete. Like, my 2 favorite genres of athletics is basically, from my opinion, like a lying fraud. And I messaged Josh. I just said, I said, I know who you are. And he hearted it at first. And then I made a message like, I'll be happy to tag you when I create the video. Cause I, you know, from my perspective, maybe he was like, oh, he's a good dude. He knows who I am. And he's, he's not going to share that with the world. And then maybe he realized the type of content I created.
Did you say when I expose you?
Yeah, I think probably.
I think you maybe used that word, and I think that probably rubbed him the wrong way.
I think I did, and there was a part of me that wanted to reach out and be like, "Dude, make me understand." Like, I don't fully understand why they do this. I think I have a pretty good grasp on why these celebrities and musicians and apparently athletes like Kobe and Pat Tillman fake their deaths. But I wanted to maybe give him an opportunity to be like, "Hey, this is," you know, for like. I used to think 9/11 like happened when I realized when I woke up to the truth of that, I was like, oh, they did it for the greater good, like sacrifice 1,000 to save 100,000. And I'm like, maybe there's some positive reason Josh would do this and fake his death. And, you know, now as an athletic competitive person, still want to carry out his, you know, athletic pursuits in CrossFit. Maybe there's a reason I don't understand. And it's still somehow for the good of humanity, but I just couldn't get myself to wrap my head around that. And I know Josh wouldn't, if there is truth to that, Josh isn't gonna be like, oh, okay, guy, I don't know. This is why I faked my death. So it's like, I find it my duty as someone who just likes to expose lies that I had to make that video.
So you sound pretty open-minded still. Like if I were to say to you, like one of my thoughts, justifications for your perception is that there's really just we're just going in the same patterns here over and over. There's just patterns here, patterns here, patterns here. It's just patterns. And what you've done is you have spotted the patterns and you're attributing a story to it. But maybe your story's off. Maybe it's not. These things, these observations you're having are accurate, but your analysis of them might be off. Like that's one of the things that like I was like exploring. Like, hey, I'm seeing all these people that are the same, but shit, there's 8 billion people, and there's so many patterns and what I call NPCs, you know, non-playable characters here that they just are coming down and they just get programmed and they're just in their loops, and you're just seeing these loops, but it's nothing nefarious. It's just the nature of the being, or the nature of the creatures that we are.
I've explored that for sure. You know, before I started making these videos, I definitely went through, you know, just like every avenue. And to me, the puzzle pieces just fit way too well of there being just a large nefarious undertone to all of it. And they all connect like really perfectly to me. And not just to me, to a lot of people, you know. So yeah, but like, you know, especially with Josh specifically, I'm not very open to thinking that Josh and Pat aren't the same person, but I am open to maybe not to understanding in a different way on why that took place.
What the function of it is.
Exactly.
Okay. So, okay. That's a good distinction. Can we play the Walter Payton one? Do you want me to play it, Caleb, since you're on Starlink, or are you good?
Yeah, if you have it up, you can.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
the Walter Payton one was wild. I had no idea he was a musician. That was pretty wild to see that.
Yeah. This one broke my heart like a day or two after Josh broke my heart.
I didn't know Walter Payton was dead either.
Yeah, died of cancer in 1999. Died of cancer. Quote, air quotes.
You don't think he died of cancer?
Well, the video will tell otherwise.
Okay, here we go.
Well, any last childhood innocence that was still left inside of me was just snatched away by Walter Payton. From my own doing, unfortunately. And for those of you that somehow don't know who Walter Payton is, he was the best NFL running back to ever live, probably until Barry Sanders or Saquon Barkley came around. He held virtually every single NFL rushing record. And, well, unfortunately, I was an 80s kid who grew up in Chicago, so I looked up to him a lot. And, well, the other day, one of my amazing all-star subscribers named Jeff, who's actually what a true hero looks like. He's lost 200 pounds and quit addiction and is a true hero compared to what I'm going to show you that Walter Payton isn't. But let's get back to the story. He asked me if I've ever looked into Luther Vandross, who died at a relatively young age of 54. And, well, I looked at him and I couldn't help but recognize him. And I did almost right away. And well, you might not know this about Walter Payton, but he also died at a young age from cancer. And he died on November 1st, 1999. It's funny how just a little bit of manipulation and November 1st, 1999 can look like that. And well, we know how they like their 911. And well, back to them looking alike. Walter got sick and he got skinny and he had a certain look about him, a certain look that transferred very well to what Luther looked like around the time of his death. And while Luther shows all the signs of the black and white and the arms crossed of being part of the club, but I thought, no way would Walter show those signs. Not my childhood hero who could leap as tall as buildings to score touchdowns. Yep. That's Walter. That's Luther. That's Walter. That's Luther. Hey, they even have the same style and sweater. Walter and Luther, Luther and Walter. But of course, up until this point, it's just speculation. But I'm going to let them do some moving and talking for themselves. And then we'll get to what you know I always have, because I don't speculate. First, let me show you that Walter was a great dancer and musician. This is him doing some dancing on the show Soul Train. And in a second, I'm going to show you his musical skills and not just on the Super Bowl Shuffle. Seems he has a real passion for music. Here's him singing as well.
Guys do behind closed doors, in the bathroom when nobody's there.
A movie with Bette Midler and Danny DeVito called Ruthless People, and it's the first single off of the album.
Sweetness, and I like to dance. Running the ball is like Mickey Moe Nance. We had to go since training camp to give Chicago a Super Bowl champ. And we're not doing this because we're greedy. The Bears are doing it to feed the needy. We didn't come here to look for trouble. We just come here to do the Super Bowl shop.
Now, before I continue, I want to show you two things. One, there was a biography written about Walter Payton, and it says, what an eye opener. Funny how they reference the eye. And they also talk about his personal demons and how he wasn't a very good spouse. So it paints a picture of someone that isn't that hero that a lot of people think he is. But I got something else to show you too. What I want to show you, based on a request from another friend and subscriber, Jeff, is that the symmetry of faces is really quite unique. They don't match up. And this is Emmitt Smith. I chose him because he's another really popular NFL running back. Faces don't match up unless they're the same. There's going to be something off. Lips, nose, chin, eye, they don't match unless they're the same. And we saw how Emmitt and Luther matched up. Why don't we look at how Walter and Luther match up? I think Jim Carrey once said, like a glove. But we still haven't gotten to the utmost important part. And I need to show you, again, something first. And that is that the odds of two people having the exact same 8 birthmarks are considered astronomically low, essentially close to impossible. And well, why don't I just count these for you in case you lose track? 1 and 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 and 3. But remember, I said 8. Luther and Walter. And well, we're at 3, so there's 4 and 4. And these look like holes because they probably dug them out so you wouldn't notice. 5 and 5. And again, let's see who they belong to. Oh, Walter and Luther. And remember, I promised 8. So let's look for 8. We're at 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. What a shocker. Walter, Luther, and Walter. Now, I am 1000% sure of one thing. I am going to get a lot of hate for this because this man is about as untouchable as you get as far as heroes go. He's pretty much unblemished. Well, until I came around. And you see, that's what they want. They want you looking up to these celebrities and these athletes and these musicians and worshiping them instead of the one entity in this entire realm that you should be worshiping. It's the Heavenly Father, because they tell you right in plain sight who they're about. And that you should look up Revelation 9:11 of the Bible. You might get a little bit more insight to why they like that number. But as always, I'm just a satirical humor account, and I'm just here to entertain you with nonsensical lies. And I mean, the fact that their faces are perfectly symmetrical, obviously a coincidence. And so they have the exact same 3 dots right next to their identical mustache, and then another 2 birthmarks, and then another 3 birthmarks. So what? You saw the odds? Astronomically impossible. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. Just like it's a coincidence they like the same type of sweaters. And Walter loving to do things like singing, dancing, and playing the drums behind closed doors. Again, total coincidence.
Guys do behind closed doors. You know,
And I just can't believe how many coincidences there are. And this one just happened to ruin my inner child. Entertainment only. Well, any last child?
Walter Payton. There was a I saw someone got triggered in here.
I'm sure. I'm triggered. This dude was the dude was my hero.
Oh. Let me see some of these reactions. Wait, hold on.
Can I see them somehow, or do you have to pull them up?
You could see them, but I'll pull some up. But I think somehow you can see them if you had a different window open. If we
Yeah,
donate
sorry.
enough money, can this end?
Sorry, Jeremy.
This is 1999 is what my the people in the chat usually say. That for some reason that means end the show, please. Let me see. Caleb, are you being held against your own will?
Sorry, Caleb.
Tyler's spot on. No, sorry, no positive stuff. Hold on, I just want to see who got
No
triggered by
positive
that.
stuff. Thanks, Charles. I appreciate it. Probably one of my buddies online.
Let me see.
Excuse me, going into disguise mode here. Put on my Walter Payton sunglasses.
That's awesome. Caleb, blink 3 times if you need help. So Walter is the devil? No.
No, not the devil.
Maybe just maybe an employee. Barry McCockner also wants the show to end. Wow.
Lucas Parker, what's going on with that guy?
The redheaded buff dude from Canada.
I follow the CrossFit scene, and I don't anymore as much.
I think so. He was a stony cat. He was a trippy cat. He was very unique. He lived on some island out there, Vancouver Island or one of those islands.
Yeah, right.
And there was some internet drama. I don't know much. There was some internet drama about some misbehavior, some relationships he had with girls that weren't cool. That's all I know. And then he kind of vanished.
That's too bad.
Someone says, "Oh, Lucas Parker reincarnated into Taylor Self."
Oh shit, dude!
I could see that.
Crazy,
right?
Here's a good question. What's the benefit for celebrities faking their deaths to become other celebrities?
A lot of it's just, mind control. It's the same thing as the Globe. If you can get these people to be so confused that they don't realize they're watching the same person. And I think it's also part of, taking secret society oaths. And, if you yourself transitioned from, let's say, Jimi Hendrix became Morgan Freeman or Bob Marley became Nelson Mandela, you're holding on to a pretty intense secret there. So you're going to be held to a standard of keeping the other secrets of the world as well. But also, it's just mind manipulation. It's trauma-based mind control. Do you know how many people were just crushed that Walter Payton died in 1999? I was one of them, and when the astronauts died on the Challenger, it's all just a way to control your mind and keep you in a fear state and keep you upset and keep you appealing to the people giving the information as the information givers.
Caller, hi.
Is this AI?
No, it's Sevan.
Oh, hey, Sevan.
Did you see what I did there? You said, "Is this AI?" And I said, "No, it's Sevan."
I got it.
Oh, yeah. Now I get it. Okay.
Is this Luther
It's kinda
Vandross?
like,
God, you sound like a black singer.
It's sort of like the flat earther, you know?
Yeah. Are you a black guy?
Let me see. How do I say this? Maybe.
Okay. All right. You sound like a black guy. You have that sultry, deep, like, yeah. Hey, what's up, girl?
Yeah.
You want to dance?
Yeah.
Soul Train.
I actually thought he sounded like who's the CrossFitter? Who's the tall CrossFitter that you used to have on a lot?
When you said tall CrossFitter, I thought of Asia Bartow, but he's only been on once.
He was a college wide receiver. His name's just
Jason Hopper.
Yeah, he sounds like Hopper a little bit. I
Oh, this guy sounds too smart already.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. What's up, brother?
Oh, God dang it. I'm trying to get some gas, and there's no gas anywhere.
Caleb lives in a motorhome and has horrible gas.
It's the best.
I'm gonna run out of gas, and that's not funny. I was gonna propose a question to, I don't know, maybe not a question, maybe just a let's see, how do I say this? Maybe a different perspective to what maybe maybe everybody thinks. God dang it, I got to get 93. Son of a bitch.
How much is the gas where you're at?
Let's see. 93 is $4.
Oh, okay. So you're in one of the you're in one of the libtard states.
Yeah.
I know, because
so,
that's what
I mean,
gas is
I
where
know-
I'm at too. And then I drive to
Okay.
Arizona, and I'm like, well, how is it 259 out here in the middle of
Like,
nowhere?
I listen to this show. I listen to the show kind of a lot, and you guys kind of talk about religion a lot, and seems like this guy's kind of religious.
I'm not at all, actually.
Oh, you're not religious?
Oh,
Tyler?
you're not.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a distinction to me between being spiritual and religious. I don't follow any, I don't go to a church. I don't really, I think a lot of the religions are also system of controls. I believe, I'm a believer in God and Jesus and the Bible, but religions I think are a different story. But I mean, that might not matter to what you're saying.
I hear a lot about like religion and mainly Christianity here. So I just want to, sorry, I'm trying to get gas here, guys.
no, this makes for great podcast. You're killing it.
I mean,
I just saw 500. I just saw 500 new people jump on to hear you talk about getting gas.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. I cannot wait.
Are you going to run out of gas or not? And what are you going to say to Tyler? You have two narratives going simultaneously. What a word! Like, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Have you ever delved? Is it delved or dove? Have you ever delved?
Yeah, doved's good. We know it. We're with you.
Doved. Okay. Into modern Satanism.
On a level of trying to expose it, but not on a level of
practitioner, not practitioner.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I don't even know what it is. You sound like an academic.
There you go.
How do you feel about the postmodern belief in the Cubish? I don't even know what that is. Modern Satanism.
Okay, so yeah, me neither. I mean, I just I hear a lot about the Christians, and their beliefs, and I sort of learned a little bit about it. So the one that I sort of, I like all religions. Okay. I see a lot of good in all religions. I'm not
You don't have to
saying that,
preface anything, dude. You got to just spit it out before fucking like.
that's it.
I
Yeah,
hang
yeah.
myself with
All
some
right,
dental floss here sitting on my desk.
There you go. So let me see. There's Church of Satan, and then there's the Satanic Temple. So two different entities. Satanic Temple has 7 tenants. You can pull them up right now, I'm sure, if you want to. So that's it's a flavor. Anyway, that was it.
All right.
Thank
you.
Are you a practitioner?
No. That's so I don't know anything about it. I know that if I were to say practitioner, that would be one closer to, my beliefs, if you would, or
Thinking
I
that
should have gone to the bathroom during this call. I could have taken a piss. I could have taken a piss. Hey, dude, I love you. You sound like a great human being. I hope you get gas.
Appreciate you, brother.
Don't get 93.
I did.
Get the good shit.
I paid for it. Yeah, I did. I had to.
All right. Love you. Bye. God. Someone's drunk uncle.
I was kind of curious why he would say that he's closer to the beliefs on believing in the whole Satanist movement.
I'll give you his number.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay.
It'll take 24 hours.
I thought you guys were pranking me for a minute there.
What do you want?
Hello.
Oh, hi. I thought you were the same guy calling back. I apologize.
No, I couldn't take 5 more minutes of that.
He had a nice voice, and yet I liked it. He had a nice voice. He was a nice guy.
Little creepy.
Oh, I don't know.
He was pleasant.
Creepy is me flossing my teeth with you guys.
I've seen that.
Tyler's like, what does that hand sign? What does that hand sign mean?
Now you're patronizing me by flossing your teeth.
Yeah. No, it means I like you. I'm
couldn't
very
get
comfortable around
into
you.
put a message or anything, so I thought we got to get that guy off the phone.
All right. Is that why you called?
No.
Oh, okay.
This has been a great topic, and I like Tyler. I'm a fan on Facebook.
Oh, cool.
So I follow his stuff, and I understand the knowing, and I have always related to that my whole life. And I kind of agree on the topic of spirituality too, where I don't really trust all the churches, although I raised my children in them.
Yeah, I think,
But at the same
I think the
time-
school system needs to be blown up because it's just created by a bunch of liars. And I think a lot of the church.
Not literally, dear
Well, it's a
moderators,
business.
figuratively.
No, yeah, not literally. Although some
I
people,
think that it
on my
became-
way out, believed that I could go that route.
Go ahead. Sorry, caller. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, I think that it's traditionally become one of the biggest businesses next to government. So, I mean, a lot of it, I think, is related to the control topic and kind of turning people in the direction that they want you to be molded their way rather than actually being spiritual. And when you were talking about the orbs earlier, that really resonated with me a lot because I had a particular experience of that.
Tell us.
But I had,
please. Can you share?
I
with
had
us?
a much more, yeah. I had a closer situation, and it was a month before my dog got killed, so it was crazy. This orb appeared 2 feet above my couch, and it was a ball. And I could see through it, and I could see that it was perfectly round. And it wasn't a ray of sunshine coming through a window, and it was in my living room with me. And it was shortly before a vacation that I was about to take off on. And I looking at this thing, and I'm thinking, this is something real. I mean, I knew it was real, and I stood up and I got closer to it, and I looked at it and observed it, and it didn't seem to have anything in it. So you could see completely through it, but you knew it was a thing. And of course, no sooner than I went to reach for my phone, and I turned back around and it was gone. And exactly 30 days to the day later, while I was on vacation, my dog got killed while I was on vacation. And I think it was God. It was God preparing me to know that it was going to be okay. And that it was, I don't know, at first I kind of thought that it maybe was something that was a sign that something was going to happen. It didn't later occur to me until after my dog passed and got killed, honestly, that it was anything at all. I connected it much later, but it was so revealing to me that because of the kind of person I am and because of my heart, I think that it was a little comforting later to reflect back and realize that it wasn't just something that happened. It meant something. And I've had many of these experiences. I mean, I've survived a lot of things that are strange.
I'm
So, I mean,
deeply sorry for your loss.
absolutely.
Losing dogs to me is the worst thing. I mean, I'm more upset about losing my dogs than, my grandpa. And I love my grandpa dearly.
I know.
Holy shit,
Well,
Tyler.
some people,
Holy shit.
you can almost,
it lingers longer.
family is the first ones that hurt you. Okay. So, I mean, I totally understand.
Did you bury your dog in the backyard?
You know what? I put up a $5,000 reward in a heartbeat. I was in Aruba. And as I'm sitting there crying my eyes out at the bar, the bartender turns around to me, "Oh, honey, he ain't worth it." And I said, "Oh my God." And I started to,
Wait, a $5,000 reward for what? Your dog was murdered?
No, she was actually on her way to the airport after me. I hired a dog sitter. He let her out.
Oh no.
And she ran 4 miles. I know, it was so heartbreaking. And I had visions of her, like in my dreams. I knew exactly where she got hit. I mean, I seen all these things, and my husband took 4 days off to go and, look around for her everywhere. And we were so close to getting her back, but we didn't because she got hit on the highway. She got trapped in between, the curbing that they have on the highway.
That's so
And
sad.
she got, but I got her body back, and I was blessed with that. So I had some closure.
Did you bury her in the backyard?
No, I have her cremated.
Oh.
And what's really neat is the fact that, I mean, I hear Tyler talking about seeing his dog in the sky and in the clouds.
Yep.
I don't know. No. I don't know. He hasn't seen his dog.
Oh no, I have.
His past
Oh,
dog.
you saw your dog?
He has.
Oh.
Yeah, I was at the end of fasting. Well, I'll let her finish talking.
Okay.
And the amazing thing is, I was in a car driving, and I thought about things that Tyler has talked about, and I asked God to show me a sign. I did the same exact way. And in the sky, I seen her, and my dog's name was Ayla. I mean, she appeared in the sky just as clear as yours did. And I mean, I've got my hair standing up on my arms. But I mean, I can witness to all of that. I mean, it's real.
I have something
And something bizarre is happening in this world, and people need to be aware of it. I mean, we are in a very spiritual war. Very. And
I agree.
I'm worried too for myself.
When you say when we're in a very spiritual war, meaning like it's been going on for a while and we're getting ready to hit a climax,
yes.
Like there's going to be a winner and a loser?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's good against evil for sure. I have orbs all around out here. I've seen things come out of my woods that I can't explain. And we've had some experiences. Actually, I've had pictures that I think I shared with you, Tyler. And it wasn't an orb or a drone, what they call the drones. Wasn't a drone that dropped down on 24 highway in Indiana. I'm calling from Indiana, by the way.
What part?
But near Fort Wayne. I live out in Huntington County.
Yeah, my college roommate went to seminary in Fort Wayne.
Okay. So the the item or the object that dropped down did things that were completely unexplainable. I did capture in picture and slight video. But what I did is I got erased home, got online, and I posted it immediately in the same town that it happened. Because I thought somebody's going to see this and somebody's that was ahead of me is going to say something. And I was scared because, I mean, you think about this. It's so hard to be the person that's seen something you can't explain. This thing was as big as an island in the sky. And it was trying to land on both sides of the highway, which are 2-lane highways. Well, it wasn't trying to land. It was just down so low, cars started to hit the brakes because they're like, I'm not going under it. I was on the phone with my husband.
Crazy.
And, I was like, what the hell is that? And as I'm approaching, I said, I'm reaching for my phone because I'm on it. So I couldn't take a video, but I snapped the picture. And then somebody else was brave enough after they bashed me for an hour and a half of, lady, you're crazy. That's probably a drone or, all these things that happen when you're talking online. And basically, the next day is when people started to come out and talk about it. No, we seen it too, They shared pictures, which I saved because I thought this is insane, It was massive. But the thing is, it had no sound. It was that close to the ground. And yet, when it opened up, and when I say opened up, it was as big as the moon over the road, and it looked as bright as the moon. And here we are just driving into it at 70 miles an hour.
Caller, thank you very much for sharing your story. I appreciate it.
You're
Thanks for the
welcome.
support, my friend.
Thank you.
No problem. I look forward. Thanks.
When people experience stuff that what's kind of cool for Tyler is that you've experienced something and then you would be all alone, but because we have the internet, you can find other people who've had similar experiences. You know what I mean? They might be so spread out that you would never have a chance to meet anyone, so you'd be alone for years. I think COVID was like that for a lot of people. People were like, "Fuck that, I'm not taking the shot," but they lived in these libtard havens. They thought they were crazy, but then they could go to the internet. I had a lot of people. Hold on, caller. I had a lot of people tell me that, like, "Oh, thank God for your podcast." Because I was like, I'm not doing any of this game. I'm not doing the masks. I'm not doing the shot. You guys are out of your fucking mind. I'm not like being part of some where they're going to deploy 8 billion shots. Like, if for no other reason, what if you get a bad batch, even if you do believe the nonsense?
Right. Absolutely.
But it is pretty cool that people don't have to be alone if they can have people. Jeez, hold on. Hey, what's up, dude? My threshold, the callers before you are starting to fuck up the show. Like my threshold, you got to tell your story fast and concise with there has to be like nudity and guns and stuff in it.
Please.
Hello? Please. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Hello?
All right. Well, listen, I apologize. Real quick.
Okay.
2 questions for Tyler. Tyler, are you related to Sergeant Slaughter? Because you look exactly like Sergeant Slaughter. And what does he think about the Doge finding, I think there were 12 human beings living in the United States that are supposedly over 300 years old? I'll take the answer off.
Thank you. Great question. Sergeant Slaughter. Wow, that's some old school shit.
I told you it's the chin. I bet he had a nice underbite too. And unfortunately, I've got the stash going too. But yeah, Sergeant Slaughter. I don't know anything about the second part of what your question was. I usually
Social Security database is showing all sorts of people over, like millions of people over 110 years old. Like Trump keeps talking about it on the news. He's like, hey, we got 15 million people in the Social Security database over 110.
Well, I will say one thing about it is I do think that the elites of the world do have access to things like med beds and advanced technology that can keep us healed. I do think if you look around at celebrities and, former presidents, like, Jimmy Carter just died at 100. Like, living to 90 and 100 isn't hard for these people who know that, there's chemtrails and know that there's poison in the food and know that, like vaccines are bad for you from the moment they're alive. So I maybe part of that is going on. I don't know.
So you're saying that the people who are 130, 140 years old are alive collecting Social Security?
I can't. I just saw for sure a dude lived to 140. I just saw that a couple of days ago. Like a real dude I watched the video on it. So maybe I can't say yes or no.
Caller, hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. How are you? How are you? Who am I speaking to?
Living the dream. This is Sevan. And Tyler
Oh,
and
my goodness.
C Beaver.
I can't believe I actually got through. I was just fooling around because I'm watching your program at the moment. I love Tyler. I watch him. I follow him. My kids follow him. He's amazing. It's just great. I just had a question if somebody could help me with this. Just curious. I was in my backyard one day and I was just throwing some leaves over the fence in this like pathway kind of. And I had a really bad experience, something kind of like invasion of the body snatcher kind of event. It was like I just took my hand back, and all of a sudden, from my fingertips, my hand was turning black, and my other hand was turning black that didn't even go over. My nervous system was shutting down, and I got really scared. I prayed. I cried out for Jesus and went inside and got some cold water on it, I don't even remember going inside. I was just wondering who I should call for help, 911. I was thinking I was going crazy or something, but I was just curious if maybe you had any idea, or you guys have any idea what that could have been all about. And I had a dream, actually, that a snake bit my dog, and a year later, not even he developed this mass on his mouth, and I had to put him down eventually. But it was crazy.
Tyler, go ahead. Do you have any thoughts on that?
You know what? Like the only thoughts I have, honestly, is we are absolutely in a spiritual realm, and I do think you probably, to be totally honest, I think you probably did the right thing by calling out the name of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus. I have experienced it when I've been having a spiritual attack. There's a reason they don't let the name of Jesus in deep underground military bases. There's a reason it's banned from mass building. There is power in that name, and honestly, you probably did exactly what you needed to do in that moment, because it doesn't sound like something.
I don't think anybody believes me that I told anybody. I don't think they believe me. It was just
I believe you 1,000%. It sounds like something spiritual to me. And could I put my finger on what that would be at all? No, not at all. But you're alive to talk about it, so it seems like you did the right thing.
Yeah, it was like it took over my whole nervous system. Pardon?
Sorry, go ahead again. I interrupted you.
No, I didn't catch what you had said last. It was probably.
Oh, I just said that you probably did the right thing because you're alive to tell the story today. But what it was for sure, I couldn't say, and I also just wanted to say I'm sorry for your loss of your dog.
Oh, I did see my dog in the clouds. I did see his exactly. I believe it 100%. And my neighbor, I had told my mom and dad, my late mom and dad's neighbor, and then she sent me a picture of her dog, a Mercedes, who had passed away years ago, and she had taken a picture, and it was amazing. It looked just like her. It was incredible.
You got to play the video. I texted you, Sevan, if you wouldn't mind. It's like only 2 minutes, I think, but it's literally my dog in the clouds. And I was
I saw it. Trust me, I see it.
Prayed.
I see everything that you come out with. I watch everything. I just look forward to every single day, just finding out something more. Even if you know what, Tyler, whether it's true or not, or whether people believe it or not, it's really good what you're doing. I'm so glad to have, these podcasts. I wouldn't have survived the last 4 years without them.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your kind words.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I won't take up any more of your time. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Would you mind playing that video I sent you?
No, I don't mind at all. Guys, listen, for anyone who's listening out there who hears this stuff, for me personally, this stuff isn't heavy. Like you just got your life. Like try to just be chill.
Hey, before you play it, I want to say one thing, just give you credit. I've been fasting for a long time, probably 15 or 20 years, but I was always doing 16, 18, 20-hour fast. And I remember, I don't know if you still do it, but I remember you doing, like once a week, you were doing 36-hour fast at one point, right?
Yeah, I did that for 3 years.
Yeah. And I remember at the time being like, man, I don't know if I could do that. Like my first 24-hour fast I did like a coconut oil fast where like every couple hours when I was hungry, I'd have coconut oil. And, now I do a 70-hour fast and it's like no big deal. But
wow,
I'm at like a 40-hour fast right now. Just wanted to be sharp for the podcast. And also you were the first person I ever heard say you were doing 36-hour fasts. But the reason I bring it up is because this video you're about to play, I was doing like a 50 or 60-hour fast. And in the middle of it, I prayed to see my dog. And well, you'll play the video if you don't mind.
Okay, I don't mind. How are you on time?
Whatever you guys got, I'm good with. The wife is out and I'm good.
Okay, because people have started calling in and they broke the seal. Shit's getting crazy. Like the phone's gonna start ringing nonstop. I do have to pee. So let me just play a quick little commercial, CrossFit commercial, letting people know if they want to get healthy. Good place to go is to a CrossFit affiliate where you can be around like-minded people. And I'm gonna take a quick leak. You cool with that?
Absolutely.
All right.
My experience was, or you build one in Portland and I'll start. Coming from a bad back, not really able to move. Doctors said medication probably until you can't take it, then we'll do surgery. So that was kind of what motivated me to get into it. So a year into CrossFit, probably one of the best shape of my life. I was diagnosed with cancer, and we got through it. You push through these things that I always joked. I was like, okay, here we go through, what was it, 35 rounds of radiation? 3 rounds of chemo. I said, here we go, 3, 2, 1, go. It's like a workout. Let's get through it,
There's no doubt. I've been in oncology, radiation oncology for over 30 years. With what he was up against, there's no doubt in my mind, if it wouldn't have been for CrossFit and the way he was, we built him up and how strong he was, he wouldn't be here today.
And we're back. Oh, God, I love peeing outside.
My wife used to get so mad at me for it.
My boys pee outside too, but I got to train them. They think like just everywhere is okay, and I'm like, hey, are you wearing those glasses so that like blue light or something from the screen? Oh,
yeah, my eyes were starting to bug me, so
I should get a pair of those. Do they really work?
So, as a content creator, my eyes were hurting all the time, and I do sun gazing, and my wife's like, your eyes are hurting because you stare at the sun every day. I'm like, no, they're hurting because I stare at my phone every day. And what I did was I got a blue light blocking screen cover, and now I still look at my phone all day, but I also look at the sun all day, but my eyes never hurt. So yeah, the blue light blocking stuff is really important, I think.
Okay.
Plus they look cool. Aviator blue blockers.
Do they, is there a specific brand or someone you would endorse or say, hey, get these ones?
These are literally blue blocker brand and they work pretty well.
Okay. Caleb, link to them. We just made $1.
Yeah, I just linked like 4 other books. So we're trending in the right direction.
Awesome.
This is one of my favorite videos ever that I've ever done.
Oh, and this was 26 weeks ago. Okay. I love your content, but sometimes I have to ask how you're always in the right place. Here we go.
Can you enlarge it?
No. Let me see. Can I make it like that?
I don't know. I just have like half a screen kind of, but
Is that better?
Never mind. It's
Yeah.
because my screen. It was because my screen was minimized. Never mind. I'm not.
If you think this about my content already, we'll just wait until you see what happens when I zoom in here. Because I kid you not more than 24 hours before I took this video, I was looking to the heavens and I was asking God for a sign that my dog who passed away last year was okay. And as I zoomed in on these crepuscular rays, I noticed something right there, literally looking down upon me. And if you didn't see it there, let me just show you what my dog looks like. My dog that I was literally asking for a sign from the heavens to show me he was okay. And I zoom in and see that. And I kid you not, what might be even crazier than seeing my dog in the clouds was that this background, this screensaver on my phone, magically appeared on my phone yesterday. I've never, in all the time I've had an iPhone, has my background changed without me changing it. And I know this wasn't what was there. And to add even another level of craziness to this, first thing this morning as I'm running on the beach during the sunrise, I'm listening to my favorite podcast, the Firmamental Podcast, with my friends Raul and Alex. And the episode I'm listening to, the woman is literally talking about how her loved one, her grandma who passed, was able to communicate with her through electronics. And not only do I see my dog in the clouds, but it seems to me that my dog was able to communicate with me through electronics, because I don't think my dog's picture just got put in my background accidentally. And I don't think I'm special, and I don't think these things are just happening to me. I think I just pay extra close attention because of how aware I am of where we live now, how aware I am that we're in a spiritual place and we are just spirits here having an experience in these bodies. And unfortunately, a lot of that has been hidden from us, from who we actually are to where we actually are. And every time I sit down to make a post, my intent is to help someone understand where we actually live. And if that's through uncovering darkness, or if that's through showing people just how magical this place is by showing you my experiences and what I've seen and what I've literally called upon. This happened after I asked for this. I fasted for 50 hours straight, no food. And literally at the end of this fast is when I saw this and when this happened. I think when we fast, we unlock some sort of communication and connection to the heavens that we don't even have the close capabilities to. That under normal circumstances, when we're consuming and when we're distracted and when we're consuming water that isn't good for us and food that isn't good for us and air that isn't good for us, then we don't have those abilities. But when you focus and you fast and you pray, this place is amazing and magical. And I just am wanting to help share that knowledge with people, because for me, what it did ultimately is it took my fear away. I have no fear because I know where we are. And I know this, it's not it. There's more. The next time you see a video of mine that you think, how is he always in the right place? Realize I'm not. I create it. I manifest it. And I pray and I fast and I pay attention. Have a great day. None of this was for entertainment.
That's wild.
Right? It would, like, almost brings tears to my eyes watching it again.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Did you cry when you saw it?
I didn't, because I was too, like, I literally was zooming in on the sun because crepuscular rays are like the rays that are angled. And I was zooming in because it's a really good proof that the sun is local. And I saw it and I was zooming in just for that reason. And I was like, am I seeing what I'm seeing? And so I think I was too caught off guard almost, even though I had literally asked for it the day before to cry. But, you know, almost got some tears rolling down now.
Caller, hi. Hello.
Hello. What's going on?
Speak your mind.
Speak your mind. The only thing that I will speak about, and I'm 100% positive about this, because there's such a swath of new listeners and new voices for the rest of the day because of Tyler. 25% off all Paper Street when you use the code word FLAT. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Wow.
That's it. Love you guys. Have a good weekend.
What's the code?
Oh, flat. Listen.
Flat.
I
Okay.
love this show. Man.
What was that for? I
Everyone
missed the
say
title.
thank you to Tyler Hansen. I don't know for how long, but for the next, I don't know.
I think you
Use
said the
code
rest of the
word
day.
flat.
The rest of the day.
Rest of the day. Use code word flat. You have to go to this. You can't type out Paper Street Coffee. You have to type in Paper ST Coffee. This
Awesome.
guy's great, Tyler. This
Yeah, that's
dude,
amazing.
you're gonna fucking die. This guy contacted me when the coffee when the show first started. He's like, "Hey, I want to sponsor your show. I roast my own beans at I source my own green beans and then I roast them, and it's a hobby of mine." This is like years ago. And he goes, "And I want to sponsor your show." He goes, "I got a good day job." I'm like, "Hey, dude, I can't promote your coffee." He's like, "I don't care. I love your message." It was during COVID. I'm
Yeah.
like, because guess whose coffee I supported?
Good Dude's Coffee.
Hell yeah. And I'm like, "Hey, dude, I'm not going to drink your coffee. I'm just," and then he sent me he's like, "I don't care." So he just started sending me money to support the show every month. And then lo
that's
and
cool.
behold, he started sending me coffee. I started drinking it. And now he's been with me for 4 years. So he's listening to the show today.
That's
And he's
awesome.
saying code word flat. There you go. But
Works
you have
already.
to make sure you don't type out street. It'll take you to the wrong coffee company. So it's paperstcoffee.com. Use code word flat.
That's really
And
cool.
yeah, and you get wow, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Wow, that's cool. Thank you, Gabe. That's really cool. And now it's his full-time gig. He has 2 coffee shops, one at Tiatumi's gym in Nashville and
Wow,
one
that's
in
awesome.
like Montclair, New Jersey, or some fancy town in New Jersey. I know. I'm so stoked for him. He's
There
such
are
a
not
cool dude.
enough people. Like, I thank my lucky stars every single day that I'm like, just like, I thought I was happy teaching. You know, I had summers off. I was teaching strength and conditioning, and just the amount of happiness and joy I have right now doing this content. Like, I just wish everyone in the world could just do what they're passionate about for their living. It is so cool. So that is so cool that he's probably very passionate about coffee, and he made it work. And I just wish more people could experience that, you know, like you are. I think
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
probably living that life too, you know?
Yeah. I got my own tooth powder, Matoothian. I'll send you some. I got to get your address and I'll send you some. It's fluoride-free tooth powder.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Is it on TikTok? Can I sell it? I sell some things, like I sell vitamin D and apricot kernels and some fluoride-free toothpaste on TikTok. It's probably not on TikTok though, if it's your own brand.
No, I don't do, and I don't do. I never did. I didn't have the bandwidth to do TikTok. Hey, when you say apricot kernels, are those the ones we talked about earlier?
Yeah, the ones that help kill the C word.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Okay. I had an acquaintance from the arm wrestling world like 15 years ago. Believed that those saved his mom's life, and he would sell them online. And he went to jail for 10 years.
Hello.
No way. Well, unrelated or related?
No, related to that, because
Wow.
the Postal
Yeah.
Service and the FBI said,
Right.
"Hey, you can't say this."
That's wild. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've gotten.
Come on, guys. I'm from Australia.
Someone say they're from Australia.
Come on, where?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
From Australia.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
What's happening?
How are you?
You're under the
My
firmament
name
too.
is Justin, and I just want to. Man, listen, I am in the southern hemisphere, closer to the Antarctica than all of you guys.
Okay.
Are you a flat earther?
Am I alive?
It's
man,
irrelevant.
Do the science, mate. Do the math. Are you smart? Like, I grew up in America and went to school. Doing the mate. I tell you what, we sang the song every day.
So how's it feel standing upside down on the other side of the globe? Do you get a head rush a lot?
I am there, but no, I'm not standing. I'm not standing, bro. I'm in a wheelchair. I broke my neck when I was 20, and I played wheelchair rugby, aka murder ball for Australia as an athlete. So I understand you CrossFit.
That's awesome, dude.
All right, cool.
What are the odds? I asked one guy that's in a wheelchair that calls
I
in
was
if he's standing.
I was doing 1,000 push-ups off my knees in 50 minutes.
Wow.
Dang. That's awesome. That's impressive. Have
So
you been
I
to the
understand
States?
discipline. I understand discipline. Yeah, man. My dad was a Baptist preacher when I was a kid, and I was a rebellious young fella.
Oh wow.
And straight away, spare the rod, spoil the child. I had amazing experiences, mate, in America for 3 years when I was in year 4, 5, and 6.
What
and
state
I
were you in?
returned to Australia, and I was living in Covina, California, and then Midland, Odessa, Texas.
Okay.
So I understand the oil tycoons, man, and the way that the big boys go. So how's this? Many years later, I broke my neck at 20 years old.
Wow.
You're on this. Do you play on the? Do you play on the?
Holiday in the?
You play on the Steelers now?
I played in the first. I played in the first Australian team in the World Championships in Knoxville, Switzerland.
Okay.
Wow. So
and then I beat Australia in my comeback. I beat Australia in a rebel team in my comeback in 2004.
Oh wow. Okay, so you've been doing it a long time.
And now I go fishing, and if anyone understands the ocean and the curvature, I do, because I've seen most of Western Australia in the water, and I have very, very rich and friends that work for the government. I'm also an essential service worker, but I can't tell you what I do.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm not allowed to. Well, look, I grew up like everyone else, believing in NASA and the globe and all the rest of it, but I've never been challenged more by what Tyler's put to his public arena. And I was also the duck or the top of the class for my physics in high school. So Tyler, the first 10 years that I spent in my wheelchair, I spoke to children in schools about taking risks, man, because, I was taking risks all my life until I, broke my neck in a water skiing accident. And, I'm quadriplegic now, but 33 years later, I'm still loving life. And I've been brought back to the spiritual experience, like Tyler's trying to say. And bear with me, I hope I don't run out of credit here, because I've only got 30 minutes on the phone from Australia.
How are you calling if you're quadriplegic?
Because I really believe I'm a quadriplegic, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Taylor wants to know how are you calling if you're quadriplegic? Like, do you poke it? Do you hold a straw in your mouth and poke your phone or something?
Yeah. I'm paralyzed in my hands and my legs.
Right.
I'm like a 2-pointer in wheelchair rugby, man.
So how do you make a phone call?
I'm the guy that does the block. I picked up my mobile phone and just studying hit the buttons.
How do you do that? How do you pick up your mobile phone if you
still
don't
am
have
paralyzed in
your
my
hands?
But I still drop my phone and struggle to pick up a pen, and my hands are partially paralyzed, if you like.
Oh, okay, so some
but
partial
I'm still called
use.
a quad.
Gotcha.
Cool.
My
Yeah,
father-in-law's
but
my
you know,
father-in-law's a paralytic.
Never say never. Sorry, guys. Never say never. After 20 years, I met a guy who did some work with me, like a cranial balancer, and I started moving my legs again a little bit.
Oh, that's cool.
And I still stand up in a frame. Yeah, man. And never discredit your ambition and your life for making a better life for yourself, you know.
Hey, my wife, when I had my first child, my wife used to take my son to this lady. She was a cranial sacral therapist. And I thought it was the biggest crock of shit ever. And I
Yeah.
went to a few of the appointments, and it was like basically like I thought it was like throwing money away. It was just this really nice lady that sat next to my son as he lay there, and she just did these things around his head kind of with her hands. She didn't even really touch him, the most subtle shit ever.
Like laying hands above them and that, yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
one day
totally.
I was out in public, and this is like, 3 years later, and we were sitting somewhere, and someone walks right up to me and my wife, and my son was there, and she said, "Your son has the most perfect shaped head I've ever seen on planet Earth." And I was like, "What the fuck?"
Wow.
I mean, I don't
Wow,
know what
man.
it means, but I looked at my wife like, all right, give you a pass. All right. My wife also didn't let
Well,
our kids get any
when I was
vaccines, and I
a
thought
kid,
that was crazy. Thank God she's crazy.
no, the guys, when I was a child, at about 4 years old, 5 years old, my parents went to go to the church ministry to go to America.
Yeah.
And I had an experience where I woke up in the night, paralyzed in fear, and some kind of entity entered my bedroom and touched my hand. It felt like a woolen glove and woolen mitten. And then I was like a kid thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die. I can't move. And all I wanted to do was scream, Mom! And then it moved away from me and I could feel it. And then it rummaged in my Lego box at the end of my bed. And I'm thinking, oi, that's my fucking Lego, you know? And he moved away out of my bedroom. And no joke, when I woke up in the morning, I ran to the end of my bed and there was a boat made of Lego.
Wow.
And I broke my neck behind a boat. Yeah, man. What is the chances of that, Tyler?
That's a fucked up prank your friends were playing on you.
Yeah, that's wild.
No, I'm joking. I'm
And
joking.
man, no shit. I asked my mother. I asked my mother at my 40th birthday in Port Hedland when I went from rags to riches, being on the disabled pension, to working in the crane business, running a boat and a fleet of cranes. And I asked my mom before going 90 miles to a reef for the next day's marlin fishing. And I said, Mom, do you remember the day when I was a kid and I ran into your bedroom saying, hey, look what happened. I said, do you remember the day? What did I say? She said, look what the man made, look what the man made. And I said, what did I have in my hand? And she said, a boat made of Legos.
Yeah, that's crazy. When you say you ran into your mom's bedroom, meaning you weren't a quadriplegic yet.
No, I was a kid back then. I broke my neck when I was 20.
20.
And now I'm 53. And I think Tyler has brought me back to the spiritual world where I acknowledge the things that I ran away from. You know, my mom and dad, they were aware about the music industry. They were aware about, you know, my guardian living in Texas, mate. He told me some stuff back in those days that makes Tyler look, you know, like a cheese talker, easy talker, you know. I've grown up with a few conspiracy theories, but I grew up scared of getting abducted as a kid in America. Funny, the things you remember.
You were abducted?
You know? And I got beaten up a few times. No, I
grew up scared of it.
Abducted.
Oh.
Because of, you know, because of movies and that was going on.
Yeah.
And I was also...
I was afraid to swim in the ocean because of
beaten
sharks.
Up a few times.
Yeah.
What were you afraid of being abducted by? Aliens or humans?
No, I'm not afraid of that. You know, I've always been looking on the sky and mate, my job is watching the public with cameras. You know, I look after freeway surveillance and deal with, like, you know, Australia's worst drivers.
I deal with
So I deal
California's
with
worst
death and
drivers every day.
Injuries on the road.
All right. Thank you,
Man,
brother.
I'll tell
Thanks
you
for
what,
calling.
I've been over there and you're free. Hey,
Thanks, my
love you
friend.
guys and keep up the good work, Tyler. All the
Yeah,
best.
thank
Tyler.
you. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for calling.
Hey, it must. What does Tyler think about the Iron Sheik? Before you answer that, it must trip people out. I heard you talk about your wife a little bit on the other podcast I listened to. God, why do I have trouble remembering this guy's name? Laz?
Yeah, Laz.
Or is it?
It's Laz. L-A-Z.
Oh, okay, Laz. It must trip people like your wife out who's seen you on this journey when it went to like, oh, or like your friends, they're like, oh shit, Tyler's lost his fucking mind, to wow, there's people from all corners of the, I was gonna say planet Earth, but there's people from all corners now who hear his message and they're like, oh my God, thank God I'm not alone. I found a
Yeah.
guy who's
Yeah.
having the same observations I do.
I had a woman, we were leaving the Publix grocery store last week, and a woman from Indiana just saw me and recognized me and like was so excited to see me jumping up and down. Oh my God, it's the fittest flat earther, and came over and gave me a hug. And it's wild to be recognized, but it is, I was hoping the more, like I have over like 1.5 million followers on different platforms, and those exact thoughts was hoping would have a bigger impact. Like, oh, Tyler's not as crazy. Look at all these other people that think like him or see what he does. And for the most
I mean,
part,
that
it
helps
hasn't.
you in your life, but forget about you for a second. Just those other people who are
Yeah,
scared
yeah.
and alone.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
you
Yeah.
had the courage to be like, hey guys, I'm making these connections. And then
Yeah.
someone else who's like lives in the middle of nowhere and
Yeah.
can't tell a single person's like, oh my goodness, there's another one of me. Caller,
Yeah,
hi.
for sure. And I didn't mean to make that about myself.
No, and I know. I know.
Yeah.
Well, you're in the same boat as them. That's what they don't realize. You
Exactly.
had to be like, oh my God, am I losing am I the only person making these connections? What's going on?
1,000%.
Yeah. Caller, hi.
Hi, it's Liza Tyler.
Hey, what's up, Liza?
Can you give
what-
give these guys some biblical references for flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. But first, I got to say, Liza, my wife's name is Liza. So this Liza messaged me on YouTube and wanted me to. Who was it that you wanted me to find?
Aaliyah.
Yeah, Aaliyah. She asked if I would find Aaliyah, because she was another one of those musicians that supposedly died when she was young, and I found her pretty quick. But no, Liza's awesome. She's one of my subscribers and followers, and somehow, some way, I want to hire her as like my content moderator, but I haven't figured out a way yet. She wants me to drop some. Honestly, Liza, you're asking me to drop the thing I'm like least good with. For me, everything that pointed me towards flat Earth wasn't anything biblical, because at the time I thought the Bible was a bunch of nonsense. I thought it was literally just like parables and a bunch of things written by crazy people, and it wasn't the Bible that brought me to flat Earth. It was flat Earth that brought me to the Bible, to be honest. It was, for me, it was seeing all the scientific, the repeatable, observable, actual scientific method being used that proved to me scientifically that we live in a stationary, flat realm. So the Bible verses might not be able to drop on these guys so much.
Would you like to drop one, Liza?
I did in the chat earlier. I just was asking him to do that because in the beginning, a lot of people were asking how flat Earth is biblical and saying it's not biblical when we know it is, because that's how we became. That's how we came to God, because the globe is totally opposite of it. And a lot of us who believed in the globe didn't believe in God.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
You think were you in that same boat as well? You were not a believer in God until flat Earth? Yeah, me too. And, and then for the listeners, if you just Google biblical cosmology, see, they will censor flat Earth. But what flat Earth really is, every culture for the past, since written recorded history has believed we were in a stationary enclosed system, and most of them have depictions of it. So if you research biblical cosmology, it'll pop up on Google and you can see, and there's over 200 verses that reference, like the earth being immovable and set on pillars, and, the sun being stopped and not the earth being stopped. So it's very biblical. It's very biblical.
If Trump came out and said the earth was flat, then would you still think he's Lucifer?
And Elon did too. Elon did too.
If they did come out and say that, okay, I didn't know Elon did, but if Trump came out and said that, would you, Tyler, would you not think he's Lucifer?
No, that wouldn't really change. I mean, I know he believes, or that he knows that we are in this realm right here that you're showing on in this picture here. No, I'm pretty, for that one, I gotta say I'm like at a 7 or 8%. Have you ever seen the video I did on how
Not
the
7 or 8%, 7 or 8 out of 10.
Yeah, there you go. 7 or
Okay,
8
okay,
out of 10.
okay.
Have
That
you ever
makes me
seen
feel better because I'm really enjoying Trump. I don't want to be enjoying Lucifer, but I'm really enjoying Trump.
have you ever seen the video I did where I say the Statue of Liberty is actually a statue of Lucifer?
I saw not that specific video. I mean, I saw it in your thing, but I've seen other videos where you reference that video.
Okay. Yeah, that one's really like probably was one of the first I ever had that blew up, other than my Jim Carrey is actually Joe Biden video. But the Statue of Liberty being Lucifer, and then if you look up what the Statue of Liberty's original face looked like, I mean, it's Elvis. You can't. I don't even think people that are deep asleep will see how much it is clearly Elvis.
Jim Carrey lost his mind publicly.
Yeah, but I think that was intentional. I think
okay.
I think that was. A lot of people think Jim Carrey is the good guy. Like he went on Jimmy Kimmel and was like exposing the Illuminati, he called, and he's like, I'm sick of it. I know you're in on it, but I think that was just a show to make people think he was one of the quote unquote good celebrities, so he could then slip in and play the role of Joe Biden like he did.
All right, caller. Thank you.
Thanks, Liza. Thanks for calling.
Hey, also too, think about, remember when Trump mentioned us going to Mars? And in that clip, you see how Barron reacts. Right there shows you the Earth is flat, and he knows we can't go anywhere.
Oh yeah, Barron knows.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Night, guys.
I hope
Thanks.
I hope Barron doesn't know. That's too much stress for a little kid.
Little, the dude's like 6'9".
Good point. What does Tyler think about the Iron Sheik?
I don't have any. I enjoyed watching him wrestle when I was a kid, wrestle Hulk Hogan, and I don't have it. The only thoughts I have anymore about WWE is that's what politics are. Is politics are WWE for adults.
That's what Hiller told me.
Did he really?
Yes,
Maybe Hiller's watching my videos and not telling you.
Maybe.
Yeah,
he makes a lot of connections.
Does he post a lot, or just like with conversations you're saying?
No, he doesn't do any politics. He stays complete. I'm always trying to like wanting him to get into politics because I'd like, you know what I mean? Like I see him as like this amazing tool that makes these amazing connections. Like one of the things I was thinking about you is I wonder what it would be like to go somewhere with Tyler, like for 30 days with like no electronic devices and just see the connections you would start making in nature.
Yeah.
Not I think everything is nature, but you know what I mean? Just without those implements and see like how trees talk to you or birds talk to you or patterns of birds or the way the wind blows or sounds you might hear or things like that. Do you have any auditory perceptions or are they all visual?
No, they're all visual. I mentioned I have never heard God speak to me, but I've definitely once or twice as I'm going to bed, I've prayed about specific things and gotten vocal answers, but it's not like there's a voice in my room, but like I'll hear words that are spoken. That's only happened a handful of times, but mostly all visual. And
Yeah.
before I even forget, I just want to mention, I just want to say, I appreciate you. Like,
Oh, thanks.
I appreciate your open mind and just being able to have a chill conversation. It's the reason I agreed to come on, because I don't know if there are many, I call this like a mainstream podcast because it's not a conspiracy podcast, but I didn't want to get here without saying I appreciate your ability to have an open mind. And even if you don't agree with what I'm saying, like hear it, digest it, and be able to respond openly and kindly. So I just wanted to make sure I let you know that, and in case we got off suddenly or something. So I appreciate you, Sevan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, a lot of people are later going to tell you that I was patronizing or sarcastic, or people are going to even be in my DMs and be like, hey, that was really cool how you played him or that shit. But the thing is, the reason why I'm like this is because clearly something happened to me that vaporized everything I know.
Yeah.
And I have never filled it with anything.
Can you elaborate on that?
Just for lack of a better word, I was reborn, like I bathed in the light, and I tried to, and the light won't reflect any the light doesn't reflect any human So basically, if you go into a room, if you go into a completely soundproof room, like a recording studio, and you go in there, 9 out of 10 people will freak out. And the reason why they freak out immediately is because even if you yell in there, the person standing next to you, it doesn't bother them.
Yeah.
And so when you go into a room like this, you get absolutely no feedback.
Mhm.
None. And so all of a sudden people don't realize how many vibrations are going through them at all times. Garbage truck drives by, all that shit. So we're constantly being validated by outside stimulus. So if you go somewhere where there's no stimulus, most people freak out. If you actually, and I don't know if I've ever said this on this podcast, but I've said it on other podcasts, I've been a guest. You can just experiment yourself if you want to. You can just lie down and die if you want to. But what you have to do is you have to embrace death. You have to go out and lie down, and you have to not react to anything. No physical sensation, no thought, no desire, no I statements. And you can just go out there. You never have to debate God again. And you can just go out there and die. No one will do it because everyone's the discipline it requires to not like scratch yourself or get up or to react to anything that is you think is you that validates you. And Caleb and I have talked about this. You saw that in the book, right? Caleb, all I statements. God will come to you, but God will kill you when he sees you, and then you'll be reborn. Once you have that experience, then you can't even project emotion onto this thing. It does no human reflection. It is only pure light. And then you're like, oh shit. And you don't know, at that point, you don't know, you know that there's an unknown.
Right.
And so I've had an experience like that. And because of that, it's just like, I'm almost, there's a few, few dark corners probably still, but pretty much anywhere I'll go anywhere.
Well, it's like
You know,
someone
and then I had kids, and that kind of fucked up I had a lot of special gifts, but because I have kids now, I'm like brought back into the physical realm like significantly.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense to you, I can't fuck
Yeah,
around
right.
as much. I can't fuck around as much. I
get it.
don't want to
Right,
fuck
right.
around as much.
Yeah, no, it's like someone who, has a near-death experience. They don't really, they've seen the other side of things and can't ever go back to the way they were.
Right.
I get what you're
And it
saying.
was very scary for me for a couple years, by the way. So like I
Yeah.
relate. It was extremely terrifying because I wasn't comfortable not being grounded, and then finally after a while I became comfortable not being grounded. I never found anyone though to console me. Caller, well, except for those people like that guy who came in the park I told you about.
Right.
And I have people like that. Fortunately, I've had too many to even talk about. Caller, hi. Caller.
Hi, it's Justin again from Australia.
Oh, you got some more minutes. Cool.
When I broke my neck, that's exactly what happened to me. That's exactly what happened to me, brother. I had the same experience, exactly like that. I was waiting for the golden light from the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it didn't come, but I had to hold my breath until the boat came around and saved me.
And
Wow.
did you
Beautiful, bro.
did
These
that,
things are the ones that challenge you.
and you're saying that light killed you?
No, I was waiting for the golden light, man. I expected it, because I was a believer.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. It was like it was not my time.
Oh.
And I waited in the water, but I judged the direction back towards me, and my friend rescued me, totally paralyzed. And I said to my friends, "Don't drag me out of the water. Something's wrong." I was like in disbelief, not happening to me.
Wow.
It's the reason why I got through today twice, boys. Yeah.
All right.
Very similar experience. You're never the same afterwards, are you?
No, it was terrifying for a few years, and probably similar to Tyler. Everyone thinks you're fucking batshit crazy. There was no social media or anything back then. I just started spending a ton of time by myself. I just started spending a ton of time by myself.
I do that a lot.
Yeah. And just being outside, I would just go outside and just look at things. I
Maybe
just
you
started
need
looking
someone
at
to
things.
talk to.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you should come for a holiday to Australia, and I'll take you some. Come for a vacation to Australia, and I'll take you fishing, bro.
All right, thank you. I cry when fish come out of the water.
I'll get you on the flat ocean, mate. Get you out.
All right, I love the flat ocean. Thank you. Hey,
Yeah,
have you ever done a podcast where people call in?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
It's a trip, right?
Yeah, for sure. Are you like me? Like I think you're like me. You couldn't ever go hunting and kill a deer or anything like that.
I mean, I really want to, but I'll cry really easy. Like when
Oh yeah,
I
I
can,
couldn't do
yeah,
it.
I can just like fall off the deep end if I'm not. I admire people who do it.
Yeah, I have no issue with it. I just personally, I can't disassociate a deer from my dog.
Right,
like
right. Me neither.
they're just living animals, and some living animals are my best friends.
The more you know, the crazier you sound to the ill-informed.
I would agree with that. Hey, so did you have a specific experience? We don't have to get into it either, but that kind of rocked your world. Did you have a near-death experience? Was it something?
I was
kinda like-
done. I was
like,
just done, and then
yeah.
I was in someone's house, and there was a book on their floor, and I'm like, "Hey, what's this book?" And they're like, "Oh, you can have it. It's P.D. Ouspensky's like the Possible Evolution of Psychology." And I picked it up and read it, and then I was basically like, "Hey, I knew my time on Earth was done,
Yeah.
and there was no way I was gonna hurt myself. Like I wasn't gonna jump off a roof or kill myself." But I came up with this idea of killing myself. I was like, "Well, if I really believe all this, I'll just go in and turn myself off."
Yeah.
But I didn't. But then instead, I got freed from my head, and I got to be in the outside world, and now the inside world is just kind of like a tool for me to play with. It's just like a.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. I
It's
get,
where
I get it.
Yeah. Caller, hi. Hey, what's up, dude? Oh, hold on. Sorry, hold on. I'm having an issue. Hold on. The Roadcaster's not connecting. I have to reconnect the phone every time because this Roadcaster does not want to connect. Give me 1 second.
I got to say, this has been a lot more enjoyable than I was anticipating, but I also haven't been watching the comments at all. Are the comments brutal or not too bad?
No, they're not too bad.
Okay.
I think the people who were like, "Hey, get off," they got off themselves. Hey, dude, hold on 1 second. I'm having trouble connecting. Search for all devices.
Probably means a lot of my friends came and inundated the chat.
Yeah, but I haven't seen anything crazy like last time. Like when we had Hibbler on, dude, it was like I enjoy it because everything's kind of funny to me. But I don't think Hibbler. Search for all devices.
Are you like a vegan, Tyler?
Nope.
You eat meat and everything?
Yeah. I've tried. I've gone vegan went for like a month. It just, I've considered it many times, or considered becoming a pescatarian just because I hate animal death, but I haven't gone that far to become a full on vegan because of it. Is that why you're asking? Just because of? Were you asking just because of my?
Yeah, just because of the hunting thing. Like, yeah, I mean, I understand like dissociating yourself from like not wanting to be the person to kill the animal kind of thing. But,
right.
Yeah, it's a weird thing that people don't. I imagine people don't like acknowledging.
Yeah.
You have people that'll like punt. They'll post that they hunted down a deer, or they've gotten like a moose or something, and then you just have people that are just mad about it, and
yeah,
they don't realize that all that stuff comes from that's what happens to all the animals before they show up at your grocery store, at your Publix, or your IV or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Like I hate animal cruelty. Don't get me wrong there, and I hate that. But also, if I was put in a situation and I had to kill an animal to survive, like I could do it then. I don't want to be the guy pulling the trigger, but I have no problem with it. I did unfollow Rich Froning many years ago, not because I disagreed, just because I didn't feel like seeing dead animals on his feed all the time. I wasn't nothing against him. I was just like, all right, I don't, I followed you because you're a fit, decent, seem like
hey,
a
dude,
decent.
I got to reset my phone. Call back in 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That makes sense.
What's going on.
But I didn't feel like seeing a dead moose every day.
Sure.
He I had him on the show the other day, and he lost 39,000 followers the day he posted the bear.
I may have been one of them. Maybe that was it. But it wasn't, I wasn't like.
You weren't mad at him.
I wasn't offended. I just didn't want to. That's just not what I want to see on my feed. And
right.
I don't even, I don't even scroll on social media ever anymore, really.
Have you ever met him?
No.
Did you ever go to any? Would you ever go to any CrossFit events? I'm not. Would you? But did you? Like
I
the
went to the
games or
game.
anything?
Yeah, I went to the games a few years in a row. Like I was always trying to go to the game. Like as an athlete, I wanted to be a master's athlete. I had some weird issues with my body alignment that like wouldn't let me utilize both sides of my diaphragm. So like I got like I'm a super strong and I've got all the skills to be a really high level master's athlete, but I could never get the cardio because I couldn't ever get my diaphragm to function properly. But actually, just pretty recently, I've made some improvements there. But yeah, long answer to your short question. The Madison was like an hour and a half from my house, so I went to the games and participated in the viewing a few years in a row. But I never met him.
Okay. I was just gonna say he's a great dude.
Seems like it for sure.
Yeah, he's
Absolutely.
a great guy.
He seems like it.
I think the phone's fucked.
Rip.
I think the phone. It's. I don't know what happened. I'm like tempting to reboot my Roadcaster. I'm going to. I reset my phone. Go into System. Go into Bluetooth. Search for all audio devices. I've never seen this before, and it doesn't want to find it.
Darn it.
Phone over here. Do you have a Roadcaster, Tyler?
No. I don't. I have one semi-funny story with Rich Froning is I did go to the games one year, and I think it was probably when he was on the teams, but I think it was the year maybe he just went to team, and him and Camille or Cammy won the games the year prior. And oh no, I'm sorry, it was at the Arnold Fitness Expo in Columbus. And he was there maybe with Rogue or something. And my buddy and I went into this restaurant and Rich and Cammy walked in. And, I recognized them just being a CrossFit fan. And my buddy I was with, he's like, dude, you're like starstruck. I'm like, no, I'm just saying it's kind of cool. There's the fittest guy in the world over there, like just chilling, having a burger where we're at. He's like, I'm like, I'm not starstruck. I was just letting you know. I was like, you have no idea who Rich Froning is. I'm just pointing out that nonchalantly the fittest humans in the world are sitting at the table next to us. So that's the closest I got to meeting Rich.
Yeah, he's cool. Can you guys hear me? I'm rebooting my Roadcaster.
Yeah, it's just not through the mic.
Yeah.
It's just bad.
Yeah, it probably sounds like I sound. Yeah, I don't have any. I'm very low key. I've got no professional equipment. I've got no mic.
What do you use? Are you using CapCut?
All TikTok.
So you make them on a native app within TikTok.
I use all TikTok's editing tools, and then just when I post my TikTok video, it gets saved to my photos, and I just post them to my other platforms. Oh, that's really low budget, super easy. Like do all my own stuff.
All those videos. If you watched me posting,
what?
Shit.
If you watched me posting, I like sit on the floor like a little kid, and I've got like a little bench in front of me. People would laugh if they saw how I post every day.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that's your full-time gig?
It is. Yep.
Yeah, basically through making content. So basically through subscribers and through your TikTok store, and then through just people who subscribe to maybe like a Premiere, some Premiere services you offer.
Yeah, but TikTok and Facebook and not Instagram, but TikTok and Facebook pay for views too. Like if you have high viewership, you're making money just on the amount of views you get, the amount of time people watch. I don't know how TikTok does it because there's no ads in the middle of my TikTok videos. I think Facebook has ads, but yeah, so I'm subscriptions and views is how I'm making my income. And it honestly, I moved to Florida with full intent of getting like a UPS job, or I applied at USPS, and then I got banned. I got kicked off TikTok. So I went from, making like barely enough to survive with TikTok money to making zero. Luckily I contacted the legal team and got my TikTok account back, but I was applying at places like AutoZone just for like a side job to supplement. And then right at that time, I got subscriptions, and I was like, man, it would be so cool if I could just get like 100 people to subscribe. Like that would be monthly income. Like, and then I I did that and then got monetized on Facebook. And now I'm like, okay, like this is actually, I'm like legit making like enough money to pay the bills as a content creator. And, you know, I just continue to build my subscription. So I'm doing okay now, where I was really stressed about giving up teaching and that income and that pension for a while. But now things have kind of like smoothed out where I'm not feeling the stress about it. Now I still post every single day because I don't want to miss the opportunity to like potentially have a post go viral where I could make a little extra money, but most of the money I'm making is from the subscription.
Yeah, that's cool. That
Yeah.
makes me that's really, really cool. Here you go. And I think the phone's working again. I just rebooted the Roadcaster. Cruising with Elena. I'd like Tyler to get to other topics, okay? Like what's happening to all the missing kids? Are there really kids missing, or do they just tell us that? That's what I always wonder too. Or is their group taking them to satanic rituals? Like, because first you have to believe that kids are being taken, right?
Right. Yeah. I've gone back and forth with it. When I was first waking up, I thought it was happening. Like, you know, I literally cried in a room with my mother trying to explain it to her. I was like, this terrible things are happening to kids. And I still think that's happening, but I think the amount it's happening is blown way out of proportion. And I think part of the reason for that is potentially to scare parents eventually into microchipping their kids if they can
Sure.
fear tactic them enough into, you know, my dog is microchipped, and I don't think it's too long before they literally want to microchip kids. And I think that trafficking of
I
children
mean,
is
there's
done.
already people microchipping their kids. I know
Yeah,
people
Yeah.
who've
Well,
I
that
know people who've
Amazon
done
thing's
it.
a microchip too.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
what?
So
That Amazon shop is a microchip. You can just like wave your hand over a thing at Whole Foods and then you pay for your shit.
yeah, that's no good. I wouldn't do that if I was anyone.
Would you get
But you know, I don't, Sevan, I really like to just kind of stick to things I can find evidence for and prove myself, you know, like all the flat earth stuff I can find evidence for and show people. All the celebrity things I feel like I can show evidence for. I think the child trafficking, that I have to believe other people to be able to provide information on that. And I just don't like doing that, you know, and most of the people who really are believing in the child trafficking thing, that's coming from mainstream sources or, you know, secondhand sources. I can't find evidence of that personally unless I believe what other people say. And I don't like believing what other people say.
I want to go back to the flat earth thing. So those guys who did someone take 4 like prominent flat earthers up to Antarctica?
That's the story. Now, whether they actually win or not, I don't know.
Okay.
But that's the story. Yeah.
And do you know those guys? Do you think like they like got into those guys' webcam and showed them jerking off to like, you know, animal porn, and then they're like, hey dude, we're gonna show the world this unless you flip the script on your flat earth talk?
No, I think those are guys that were, like I said, like 3 hours ago, that were planted in the flat earth community from the beginning, because they were
Right.
all
Okay.
very
Right.
well-known names. And I
Okay.
think all along there's probably been a plan to do something like they did.
You're right. You did say that. Sorry.
No, no worries.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you just some fun things. It sounds like Trump's going to personally go to Fort Knox to look at the gold there. Like there's some now belief that the gold is missing.
Oh yeah, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of a fun story. I like that story. I just think that shit's kind of funny.
Well, you know, like it's funny, you know, like the thing that makes me think of is, you know, our money isn't backed by anything. It used to be backed by gold and silver, and now it's like the only reason they tax us isn't because they need money for anything, because they print it. Whenever they need money, they print it. It's all a bunch of garbage. They just don't want us to have money, so we're distracted and we have to keep working, and we can't look into important things like where we actually live. So I think it's just part of their system of control is tax us every way possible, so we're always poor.
And how are they navigating the days with like YouTube and Twitter and all that shit? Does that shit like make shit more complicated for them to keep control?
As far as like the truth being released on those platforms?
Yeah.
I personally believe that they have control of all the platforms, and they allow truth out on different platforms here and there, and they cycle which one is releasing less and more. And I think it's just a system of like, I am living proof that all the truth that I figured out caused divide among my friends and family. So I think it's like, if we can give a bunch of truth to 10% of the population that goes on TikTok, well, then they're going to try to tell their friends and family, and To me, it's just a system of control, and again, just to divide and conquer us.
And one of the things I'm watching the show Chosen, and one of the things that came to me during the show Chosen is the reason why the Pharisees didn't like Jesus is because that would make it so that people wouldn't live by their law and they would lose control.
That makes sense. Did you see my video on how Jonathan Rumey is Chris Cornell of Chosen? So the Jesus actor, Jonathan Rumey, is Chris Cornell died. He was of the band Soundgarden, the singer of Soundgarden and Stone Temple Pilots, I believe.
Yeah.
And here's 10 out of 10. I believe that Jonathan Rumey and Chris Cornell are the same guy.
Wow.
Yeah. I've done a video on it. That's pretty convincing, I think.
I'm gonna have to check that out. I started watching the doc. Are you watching The Chosen?
No, I don't. I haven't watched a show since I watched Cobra Kai and I watched Dexter. Other than that, I'm researching, or I have old like Seinfeld on in the background when I'm doing research, but I don't really watch a lot of TV.
Are you watching the new Dexter with the kid Dexter?
My wife and I started it, and I was just like, this is kind of lame. We'll watch it eventually, I think, because we do like that series.
Yeah.
And there's another one coming back out with him actually as Dexter again, not just the voice, because he's the narrator in the new one.
Mr. Fuck yeah, this is my dude. Dude, Hiller. You don't even know, dude.
Is he being serious? Does he actually even know who I am?
Yeah, he knows. Because
Okay.
I've been he knows because the last few days I've been fucking with them a little bit. Hiller, so tell me about Trump getting shot. Do you think that sorry, I know this is all superficial stuff, but indulge me, please. Do you think that he actually wasn't shot in the ear?
Yeah, no, I think that was all staged.
Like WWE.
Yeah, and some people think it's staged. Like, there's so many different things I've heard. Like, it's staged. Like, he staged it to make people feel bad for him to win, and then it's other people thinking, well, no, it was like Kamala's side, the lefties that actually tried to kill him, and the whole thing is just theatrics, in my opinion. I think he probably, gave the old WWE my ears bleeding thing, Hulk Hogan style.
And then that's why, like, that guy, the kid who shot him, supposedly it was so weird. Like, they cremated his body 2 weeks after, and it's like, wait, what? You cremated his, like, that doesn't seem like that's the right protocol. Shouldn't there be like some prolonged investigation where like you check his butthole for something, open up his brain, or
Right.
I mean, they're still, they're still talking. Who did I hear whose brain that they were going to open up?
Walt Disney.
No,
that's what I was thinking.
No, not Walt Disney. Who's the black guy who fucked everything up? George Floyd. Did you hear recently they're opening up fucking George Floyd's body to look for some proof that
that he had CTE or something?
Something to show that Derek Chauvin was innocent. Like, they were going to look for something. And I'm like, they have fucking George Floyd's body, but they burn the fucking guy who shot the president.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I think that was completely staged too. I don't think George Floyd died. I think that was crisis actors.
Crisis actors?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
People paid to stage fake events.
And you think maybe the Jussie Smollett incident was similar, but they just got caught? Do you know that incident?
Yeah, I do. Kind of like I also think that this is worse than the Josh Bridges one, but that the CrossFit incident drowning recently was also not as real as it appears to be. But I can't prove that one. That's just speculation.
Right. I was there for that one.
Yeah. Why'd they stop the guy from jumping in to save him? That seemed very suspicious.
Yeah. I can tell you what I heard from being there on the ground, and witnessing it. And it was very close to me. You know what I mean? It was like it was just right there. And over the walkie-talkies came, I heard, I want to say I heard, you never know, like with you're dealing with my memory, but what I heard was, we have a fan in the water. And it was really loud there, right? And if he's swimming, And then I saw the lady on the paddleboard. I think it was a lady, told him to go back, like gesticulate to go back, right?
Yeah.
And at that moment, she wasn't facing where he went down. And I don't know the timing on it. I don't know if he had already gone under, or if I'm assuming he had already gone under.
Yeah. We don't need to get into that one though.
It's
probably
okay.
it's
I
probably
don't
gonna
know. I don't know. It's okay. I mean, it's painful just because it's like in our community and someone
Yeah.
died and it fucking
I mean,
sucks.
right.
But
And I
don't
didn't
think
post it to be an a-hole or post it for likes or clicks or views, but I genuinely, from my perspective and my opinion and the way I see the world and the way I know they do create these fake events, it seemed like a staged event to me. And I felt it my duty as maybe one of the few people that see it that way, who also cares about the CrossFit community, to, I don't want to see people upset over something that potentially isn't true. I don't want to see people crying their eyes out and literally having trauma for the rest of their lives over thinking an event happened if it didn't really happen. So I only shared it for that reason, out of genuine care for people, not because I'm some sort of rage, what Taylor called me, a rage bait guy or something like that. That wasn't at all my intent when I posted that.
Probably something along the lines of rage bait retard.
Yeah, I'm probably something like that. Yeah.
Uh,
I feel like Taylor and I are cool. He may have just been blowing smoke up my ass, but I did message him and I was like, hey dude, like, I understand if you truly think I'm making these videos just to try to make money and enrage people, but that's not at all where I'm coming. I'm coming from the opposite of that. I'm coming from care and love for people and care for truth. And I tried to express that to him.
Yeah. And I think it worked. Why does your cross have those bars on the ends?
It used to, my wife got it for me. It used to be a barbell. But it broke. So there was a barbell coming across it.
Oh,
some people think it's a, what's the thing? Some people think it's like
a whistle.
No, a satanic. Some people think I'm in the club and this is a, I can't think of the name of it. Some ancient Knights of, like, not Knights of Columbus, Knights Templar. People think it's like a Knights Templar cross. I'm like, no, there's a cross with a barbell on it because I like God and Jesus, and I also like fitnessing.
Going back to what I said about if you went somewhere where you were like the dog in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
If you put yourself like on a like a 40-day retreat or something to make other connections, do you ever think about doing that?
Yeah, I really want to go to, so I found a dragon the size of a state, like in Utah. I mean, it's a massive petrified dragon, and I would love to go explore that area just by myself, do some soul searching, do some exploring, and get in one with nature. I've never spent, probably more than a day or two alone. So I would love to do something like that.
Do you know, is it near Moab?
Yeah, I mean, it stretches like through 4 states, so it's huge, but the, Sedona, is that what I'm thinking of?
Sedona, that's Arizona. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's where I'd really like to go, but the dragon stretches from it's like Arizona, Wyoming, Utah. It's massive.
Yeah. There's this place.
Dragons, that is.
There's this place, Moab, that I spent a week alone.
Yeah.
And it was pretty wild being there because there's no sound there. There's like no, you know what I mean? There's no like birds in the sky and there's no noise. It was, it's a pretty cool place.
Yeah, that would be, I'd love to do something like that.
Y'all not talking about the events is proof it was a sacrifice. Oh,
I mean,
man.
I'll be happy to talk about it. I don't know. I just didn't want to force anything on you guys.
What does that mean? I don't even understand what that means. Not the you're not talking about it as proof, but what does that mean as a sacrifice? By the way, this guy's a provocateur in the comments quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, can I address that a little bit?
Please.
So you know how I've talked about there's the mainstream story and then there's conspiracy, and then for me, well, let's go the opposite way. Mainstream, conspiracy, and then if you dig deep enough, you find truth. I think where a lot of conspiracy lies is that people are sacrificed, and I don't think that exists. I don't, like for example,
You mean like sacrifice? What do you mean by, just explain that to me? What do you mean
taken out for sacrificial reasons.
Okay,
Saying that works?
like to please someone or something.
Yes, or like
Okay.
an entity, a god or something, or because they're being taken out as ritual. But there's also a lot of people that think that people like the actor Paul Walker. You guys know who Paul Walker is? Fast and Furious.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think that he died. Well, supposedly the mainstream story is he died in a car accident. And then the conspiracy is he was taken out because he was getting ready to expose child trafficking. So that's why they're like, they took him out because he was doing that. And then the real story is he's just part of the club like everybody else. He's still alive. And he instead changed his identity to a guy named Tim Ballard, who coincidentally created the movie, The Sound of Freedom, which is about exposing child trafficking. So, people get stuck on this. People are getting sacrificed and killed all the time. And it's the same thing with Chris Cornell, the guy who I said is playing Jesus on The Chosen. A lot of people think he and Chester Bennington were taken out because they were trying to expose trafficking and things like that. And it's just mind control. It's to get you guys, not you, but to get us to think that, these people are being taken out when they're not. They're just part of the club and switching. I did an amazing video on it. If you want to find that one.
Is that Tim Ballard?
Yeah. I believe so.
Look at this picture that I have. This picture that I pulled up is even more him. This is wild. It must be a trip to see the world like this, to make all these connections. Caller, hi. Hello? My phone working now?
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Yeah. Hey. So I'm not getting off the Sergeant Slaughter thing. I think this guy is Sergeant Slaughter. Okay. He looks exactly like me. I want you to listen to something real quick.
Okay.
Tell me this isn't him.
Okay.
Isn't Sergeant Slaughter 90?
Okay, you thought the war was over, but as you can see, it's just begun.
Are we sure that Tyler isn't Sergeant Slaughter?
Maybe his son. Wouldn't Slaughter be too old unless he like...
Yeah, but he's insisting that... Oh, crap, my dog. I'll call you right back. My dog's dying. Hold on.
Say my dog's dying.
Thank you, Tyler.
Cruising with Elena, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you on that behalf of Sevan and Sevan's podcast for getting the money.
Paul Walker almost had Vin Diesel. Yeah, thank you for the money. I like money's cool. Paul Walker almost had Vin Diesel in the race. The entire franchise could have gone differently if he didn't lose.
Family.
Now that's some truth. You should look up, what if I find my Paul Walker video and send it to you? Do you want to play that one or no?
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind.
This might take me a second to...
I don't mind. My kid just came in here and pointed a slingshot at me. Like, yo,
oh shit.
Time to come play with us.
Do you want to see I found this one, your boy on The Chosen. Do you want to see that?
Oh, sure. Either one. They're both, yeah, interesting.
Why don't I send you that while I look for the other one? They're both probably pretty short. I'm just texting it to you if that's all right.
Yeah, totally. Please. Easy.
All right. That's the Chris Cornell.
I wonder if this is going to inspire you to want to do your own podcast. I think if you did have a podcast, it would be hugely popular.
I had one for a month. So,
Hello.
Hey, what's up, dude?
I just wanted to call in real quick, Sevan.
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't quit after 750 episodes or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Caleb, love you too. Tyler, you seem like a good dude. All right, bye. Love you.
Okay,
thank you.
Hey, love you. Bye. Have a good day.
Man, I love that people aren't just hating me. That's awesome.
Oh, shit. Andrew Hiller and Craig Ritchie are the same person. That would be amazing.
Have they ever been in the same room together?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, I think I've seen them in the same room, actually. Okay, here we go. But they do that. They put them in the same room together just to trick you.
Well, they have done. I have shown how that's possible. You're right.
Okay, here we go. Here's my boy playing Yahweh on The Chosen, and I love. By the way, I love Chris Cornell. That's that Sinead O'Connor Prince song he sings is like one of my favorite songs of all time.
Oh, okay. So you know exactly what I didn't. I wasn't sure if you were familiar with him.
No, and I could totally see Chris Cornell is Jesus-esque. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, you'll see it
Is
more
Chris
after that.
Cornell of the bands Audioslave and Soundgarden, and who supposedly is no longer with us. And on this side, we have Jonathan Rumi, who currently plays Jesus in the show The Chosen. And well, you should stick around, because not only do they share a perfectly symmetrical face to the point where you can hardly tell there are two different people there, well, there's more than that. You'll see. Let me first remind you of the plastic surgery capabilities in today's day and age, and show you how their noses have almost the exact same slant, and their hairline is almost identical. And their smiles speak for themselves, and they're not as big of smiles. And did you know that Chris Cornell was a busboy before he made it big in the music industry? I wonder what Jonathan was doing.
The decision was made that you were going to do The Chosen. Before that, maybe scuffling is too strong a word, but you were just sort of a jobbing actor.
Struggle busing.
Struggle busing. How does it happen that a struggle busing actor...
And did you know that Chris Cornell was an amazing drummer, not just vocalist? I wonder if Jonathan has any drumming skills.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Rumi. This is some of my drumming.
And well, if you're still not there yet, let me show you his lovely way to hold his hair for a picture. Kind of looks like he's trying to show off just one eye, like one eye symbolism. And did you know there was a statue erected of Chris Cornell CC, which is 3-3? And hey, I've seen that hand symbol before. But I'm doing an awful lot of the talking. Maybe I'll let them do the talking for me, and keep in mind that they love duality, and if one doesn't believe in religion, well, the other probably does and might even play Jesus.
Where are you at now with regard to religion?
Well, I don't follow any particular one. I don't think there really is any particular.
I'm like, I can't date the same way anymore. Like, these things haven't worked. Why haven't they worked? And here's why.
I was trying so hard to control my life, to control my destiny, to do the things that I thought needed to be done to have a successful career.
Jesus.
Now, I couldn't leave you without at least giving you 3 smoking guns, and thanking my friend Brian, who helped me figure out how to make cleaner circles, and also thanking my friend Chrissy, the funniest flat earther, for actually finding him. I didn't find him for once. I had help, and she figured it out. And well, I'm going to leave it there because they've already taken one of these videos down, and if you want a little bit more, I've got a 3-minute long.
They took a video down of yours of this?
Oh, they take these down all the time, especially off of TikTok, and Facebook's been better about it. But TikTok, they remove almost every one, or at least I have to appeal it because they censor it for community guidelines for misinformation.
Longer video in my subscription area that they already censored there, but go check it out. But of course, all this is for entertainment purposes. I know that they just happen to have the same marks in the same spot because of coincidence, and that their noses are sloped the exact same, and their hairline is the exact same, and their voices sound the exact same just because of coincidence. Just like I know when Chris said times are gone for honest men and sometimes far too long for snakes, he definitely wasn't referring to himself. Entertainment purposes only. I am a satire account just here to entertain you guys. I don't really care about waking up all of humanity to take our power back. Entertainment only.
I can't believe people pull this shit down. What about their age difference, Tyler?
Well, kind of like the Pat Tillman and Josh Bridges thing. You just got to believe what you're told online to look at that. But I don't even know if I don't even think they have a serious age difference.
Okay.
You know,
And then maybe some laser stuff. Like I've seen those ladies whose faces all of a sudden look like porcelain. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like when I go to
exactly.
LA, there's all these trippy faces and
They
shit.
for sure do cosmetics on these guys. And I also I do think there is a spiritual component to some of them, kind of like I was talking about Trump and Elvis. Like Trump and Elvis, there is a pretty big age gap, but I legitimately think Trump is a fallen angel, like an undying fallen angel, spiritual entity here. So I think that potentially some of these movie stars are as well. You know, I don't, if there's one fallen angel here, I don't think there's just one. I think there's many. And sometimes the Bible and the Book of Enoch reference stars as angels. And it's funny, we call Hollywood all stars. So there's that connection. So cosmetics, spiritual entities, I don't know. That stuff I can only speculate on.
Keeping it real, have you seen Paddington 2? That's a good question because that's Hiller's really into that movie right now. Do you know that movie, Paddington 2?
No. Well, someone just mentioned it to me the other day, so
Seriously?
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but
it's the most obscure movie. It's like, you know, Paddington Bear from when we were little kids. Like someone might get...
No. You know what it is? I was watching the Nicolas Cage movie. They were talking about it in the Nicolas Cage movie because it's one of the guy's favorite movies in that. That's why I remembered it. When I exposed Andy Kaufman as now Nicolas Cage, that one kind of, things don't blow my mind much anymore. That one blew my mind a little because I was like, I'm a big Andy Kaufman fan, and somehow I just never noticed that.
Yeah, I could see that one without even looking at the pictures, and I visualize horribly. Okay, I'm out. See you on the other side. I'm just gonna. I don't know what you wrote, but I'm gonna say you fucking nuts. All right, fine. See you on the other side too.
Of
Hey,
this
people are
fuck
being
nut.
nice. People are being nice.
Yeah.
Even the insults are somewhat nice.
4 fucking hours. Holy shit. And the real crazy thing is I only peed once.
I haven't peed at all. That's the real crazy thing.
Yeah.
I usually pee all the time, but
hey, dude, it's great to meet you. I follow you now, fittest flat earther. Great to have you. I really appreciate you. I hope you'll go with your gut, no matter what any of the ding dongs tell you that I was patronizing. They're going to start a Reddit thread on this. It's so funny. I was actually thinking about it this morning. I didn't even think about the implications you're on because, you know, there's like a 22 people on Reddit who like hate my guts no matter what. And they are upset because I think women are beautiful and that we're all equally created in God's image. And they hate how much I love human beings. So they try to say I'm a misogynist or a racist or whatever the fucking nonsense they talk. But they're definitely going to have a field day with this and be like, hey, Sevan's finally crossed over into full blown fucking conspiracy land. Yeah. Having Tyler Hansen on. But I really appreciate you. You're always welcome on the show. I could tell it's nice that you have a good group of people. It's obvious you're helping people, especially people who feel lonely out there with their perceptions and the connections that they're making and their observations in the world. And so thanks for doing what you do. You got a good head on your shoulders.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to just kind of echo the same sentiment, especially, unless there's a video of you talking shit behind my back in a week or two, like I'm not going to think anything of anyone saying you were, patronizing me or condescending. I think you're a pretty upfront, honest, and sincere dude. So I
might crack some jokes. I might crack some jokes. No one's safe. I can't think of any now. But no one's safe. Rich Froney texted me the other day and he goes, "What's up?" And I immediately call Susan. I'm like, "Was I talking shit about Rich Froney?"
I used to always tell my students, if I'm not giving you shit, you should be worried then, because I only give shit to people I like. So, I honestly, it was an honor to be on here. 3 years ago, if you would ever told me I would be on your podcast, I would have been like, what? Why would, he won't have me on? I would have thought it was because I was a master's athlete, that made it to the
I was desperate for content and I invited a master's athlete on.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I just bashed all the master's athletes, but I love those guys. Guys.
They're awesome. They're awesome. And so I appreciate the open, honest conversation. Caleb, right at you too. I didn't see too many looks like this guy's a fucking idiot. So
he didn't roll his eyes.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I appreciate it. I enjoyed it, guys. It's not often I get to just talk with anyone about this stuff. So I always enjoy it when I do.
All right, and text me anytime. It's cool. I like the little texting we've had going back and forth. You're a good dude. You're fun, and I hope to have you on again.
Cool. Yeah, anytime. I'll be happy to come on, and I appreciate it. And you guys have an awesome day. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Tyler.
You too,
Have a
Tyler.
great one,
Nice
guys.
meeting you.
Thanks. Yeah, you guys too. Take care.
The fittest flat earther. 4 hours. I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Good.
You didn't?
No, I did too.
Oh.
I started writing down things that were like interesting. I didn't like I don't know. It was just it's cool. It was cool.
I mean, you could fall into anything he says, you could fall into it. Like, I could ask him a million fucking questions about the earth being flat. Well, how do you explain this? How do you explain this? How do you explain this? But I just figured, like, dude, there must be so many shows like that.
The one thing that kind of I'm not a physics guy or whatever, but the when he was talking about when you have a helicopter hovering in one place for 10 hours, it doesn't move from that spot. I don't really understand that. I'm sure you could find an explanation for it, but I did find that. I was like that tripped me up for a second, and then
I mean, he acknowledged the fact of he's obviously had the discussion a million times, and people like me who don't believe the earth is flat, we have our, I have a made up explanation for it, right? My explanation is that the stratosphere, or whatever that layer is that's 70 miles from the earth's surface, is really part of the earth too, and it's moving also.
Right.
So if we're spinning it 20, and that's the only reason why, like, when you jump up, a fucking building doesn't hit you, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all the air and everything around us is moving at that speed. But I mean, fuck, what do I know? I mean, like, I can't refute, like, hey, I'm just saying that shit because I saw it on a video when I was a kid in the second grade. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There were a few things that he talked about that were like, it was like, I guess, like a chink in the armor of his argument. So he would express something, or you would say, like, well, what about this? And you're like, well, that's just because we don't know that. Like the height thing. He's like, well, you just
what do you mean,
just
what
have
height?
to take him. With anybody's height being different, or anybody's age being different.
Yeah.
It's like if you matched up two ages, then it's like, okay, then it's cool. But if the ages don't match up, they're like, well, that's just what they told you on the internet. That was like,
and I felt like I could have fallen into any of those things, but I really was just that brain of his is fascinating.
Yeah, I mean,
he's making some there's no doubt, no one can deny he's making some connections that, like, most of us aren't making. I mean, we're on a thread with guys, and once a year someone will be like, look, I found Caleb, or look, I found Sevan. Like, look at this. Look, you saw this video. Someone found me the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Send it to the thread. I was going to play the show. Go ahead.
It's like when, like, if I really want something, then I see it everywhere. Like, if I want to buy something, I'm going to see it in every, like, for whatever reason, there's this storage box ad that I get, like, really nice, like, bins. I don't know why, but I was like, oh, these are really nice bins. And so I clicked on them and just, like, scrolled through it for a while. And now I see those bins everywhere.
Like on billboards or in the back of someone else's truck, or just
exactly. And so you can just run that into infinity for anything you want, or anything you see, or like are interested in.
Like, look, here's me in an alternate reality if I didn't find CrossFit. But someone sent me this. Was it you sent me this?
Bryson brought it up, and then I found it. Yeah.
I mean, this is fucking me.
Why is that okay? Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites? You should be dead. That's okay?
Like,
so that's you here, nobody.
That looks like when someone puts AI on my face. You know what I mean? Like when they turn me into someone else.
Yes.
I'm like, holy shit.
Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father or my boss.
You're not God or my father or my boss.
Oh,
women in general saying that. Women in general with the biting lip and the Women
Dude,
in
what a statement for an inferiority complex. You're
not
not
my
my
father.
father, or my dad, or God. Oh, but dude, this guy looks like me. Fuck you, David. Get the fuck out of here. It's not
It does
me.
look like you.
I hate it that David's watching.
So bad. You know my father. You know
Dude,
my
you want to
boss.
step outside? You want to step outside? Huh? I'm not scared of you, pal. You shut up, too. Just like go ahead and attack me, big.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bagels. I recorded the whole thing. Absolutely.
Oh, and a guy 3 times my size. That's okay.
Now it's a guy 3 times my. That's so something I would say. But I'm little. Fuck you.
That's fucked up. You can't do that.
Oh, CK Kevin, I bet that guy has the same birthmark as Sevy. It's crazy.
What happened? What, I'm sorry. You know what?
Dude, that is a fucked up body when you're a dude and your hips are wider than your shoulders.
That's so bad.
Hey, Tyler, that is not me. My shoulders are so fucking broad, dude. Do not think that's me. My shoulders are so... They're not doing any surgery on my shoulders.
Oh, fuck. That's funny.
But hey, dude, if I didn't find CrossFit, like, that could have been me. I swear. I used to wear shirts like that.
Oh, God, no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
I had a whole closet full of those, like, collared shirts with, like, stripes and shit. And...
You think that's funny? All you women should shut up. Oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah.
You want to go.
No, you women need to stop it. Stop.
That's amazing, dude.
Women in general, just on dating sites, sometimes don't like me and make fun of my stature.
You can't pick on me. I'm dumb. That guy's 3 times my size. I could so see myself doing that after I get myself into a pickle. All of a sudden, play the little guy.
You just start, screaming at everybody for being bigger than you. You know what, my father? That fucking kills me, dude.
I hate it how many and I liked it when Tyler's like even Transformers has the word trans in it. I'm like, shit. I'm like, damn.
Dude, if Megan Fox if Megan Fox is not Megan Fox, then I'll be so sad.
That's Jewish Sevy.
Jewish Sevy. Jeffy.
Oh. All right. What a show. What a Sunday show.
Fuck, that was crazy. I need a cigarette.
I was very relaxed this morning. It was weird. More relaxed than... Like every morning I get a little like before I come on, I'm pretty like I start getting really wound up. You know, like right before you do a workout, you hear the clock counting down. I'm usually pretty wound up. And for some reason I was super chill. I was kind of excited. I knew this guy was going to have a lot of shit to say. So I don't know. I felt good.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Our chat's going crazy.
Yeah, it is. Oh God.
Someone's you and Bill Grunler are the same dude.
Yeah, we should have done that. We should have pulled up Bill Grunler and been like, how do you explain this one?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Wouldn't you like
to
know?
Hey, those are the 3 spectrums of incarnations of me. That's if I hadn't found CrossFit. I'm the version of faking doing CrossFit, and Bill Grunler's the version who really does CrossFit.
There you go. Reincarnated 3 times.
Anyway, all right. I gotta pee and play with my kids. Tyler Hansen, everyone go out tonight or today, look up into the heavens. Ask Jesus to show himself. Ask God to show himself. Ask as sincere as you can. Maybe one of you will come back with a story. Don't be afraid. Got to validate. Oh, here's the guy that's they both have been on the same podcast at the same time. This is the guy said that I'm the king of patronizing. Hey, dude, by the way, I've been getting that for 30 years. So like I get why you I'm not like stupid. I'm not like, hey, I don't give that off. So that is what it is. Oh, here you go. Look up to the heavens and find your dead dog. Another
Oh,
one.
dude, that one, it looked like a baboon. I'm sorry. The clouds look like a baboon's face.
Did you have a baboon die?
No, I just when
Oh.
I saw the clouds that he saw was his dog. I
Yeah.
saw a baboon.
Oh, I saw his dog. I wish I would have
Oh.
seen a baboon. Maybe he's doing some mind fuckery on me.
I don't know.
I do
Well,
that.
I mean,
I
you
do
just
that to my wife with my 2-inch dick all the time. I'm like, look at this magnificent 10 inches. She's like, wow, 10 inches. Oh, that's what you saw?
That's what I saw.
David Weed, I saw boobs. That's my boy.
Hey, nice. You're better than all of us.
Oh, and order Paper Street Coffee. Thank you, Patrick Clark. Thank you. That was really cool of Gabe to do that.
Yeah, rest of the day, discount code FLAT.
Yeah, discount code
PAPERST coffee.com.
Yeah, don't spell out street. Go to paperstcoffee.com. Use the word flat and get 25% off or something. Yeah, that's cool. All right. If you want one of these CEO shirts, go over to vindicatevndk8.com. If you're new to the channel and you never watched before, we have a lot of cool shows on the channel, and make sure you please like the video. I normally don't say that, but I usually forget. And then make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 8 a.m. That's really where the fun is. That's our Kill Taylor show. And
subscribe too while you're at it.
Yeah. Subscribe if you're going to watch. Don't subscribe if you're not going to watch.
Sure.
I think some people don't subscribe because they're afraid someone's going to see that they subscribe. Flat is spelled RETARD.
Oh God.
Hello, Amber. Hi.
Oh, she's pretty.
Yeah, it's nice having a girl. Has Netflix picked up Kill Taylor yet? No, but they need to.
That'd be sick.
They really, really need to. We need a subscriber. We need a not a subscriber. We need a
sponsor.
A sponsor. Thank you. We need a sponsor for Kill Taylor on Saturday at 8 a.m. It's $500. You sponsor $500. We peddle your stuff. All our sponsors have been exceedingly happy with the results they've gotten. And then if the person beats Taylor, we give them the whole $500. So it's 500 in, 500 out. I wish it wasn't, but it is. All right, guys. Love you guys. Caleb, thank you. Long show. Talk to you guys soon. Thank you, Crushing. Never heard of this channel. I know most people haven't. Here for Tyler, but this is a good show. Thank you.
This good show. This good show. Thank you. It's good show.
Very good. This week's sponsor, the Flat Earth Society. Oh, that would be. Oh wait, where is that? That would be awesome.
That'd be nuts.
Yeah. The whole show, I'm like, hey, I swear it's flat.
Trust.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Before I go, I know enough about flat Earth that like I can fuck with people. So like people are like, hey, like I was telling someone about it the other day that Tyler's coming on, and like I don't get it. So you just fall off the edge. I'm like, oh man, you're so stuck in the dogma of your heliocentric view. It's not floating. It's not a disc floating in space. It's just flat. And they're like, and I can see their eyes go, oh, because you know, like the pictures are always like it's just this fucking disc floating around. And I'm like, no, it's not like that. You're bringing your own perception to it.
We're surrounded by an ice wall.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Just the whole thing is flat. It's just Earth.
That's right.
No space. All right. Wait, one more thing from Matthew. Had so many good one-liners in this episode. Yeah. It's too bad I couldn't look at the comments more. I'm sure you guys were saying some funny ass shit. Man. All right. Tyler Hansen, great dude. Hope to have him back on again. Talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. This is going to be one of those shows that keeps